This is the moment for us, for you, every movement. Hi man, just to say yeah. This is the moment that can change me. Join the movement, 'cause your love can save me.
All right, we are back. Actually, we're here for the first time. It's not like we've come back, but it is the mid-season Otter Talk. We've had some crazy weeks coming up to this, but it's time to talk about Otter Talk. We're going to be starting off with Masters this week and work our way backwards. I know it's been like 9 seasons and we've always done it the same way, but today we're going to mix it up. So joining us for Masters is Reddy, Luna, Yanni. How are all three of you doing?
I'm waiting for one of them to answer.
Okay.
I started the day off Masters like 34 OP.
Mhm.
I'm now D10. You know how it goes, right? Just another day in the office.
That just sounds like the average day in Master.
Yep.
I got done a 10-hour shift, and I'm actually just out here chilling. Happy to talk about League of Legends. I think it's my first time on Otter Talk, which
Yes.
I've been here for like 3 seasons now, so it's a little surprising.
Well, welcome.
Thanks.
So real quick, we're gonna go through and everyone gets a chance real quick to introduce themselves. Anything you want to say, about the league or whatever. We're gonna start off with Riddy. So Riddy, tell us who you are.
Yeah, hi guys, I'm Reddy. Darda Gaming Kai's jungler, also the reigning champ from last split, if you count Diamond as the previous split. And yeah.
All right. Well, glad to have you. Up next, Luna. Go ahead and let us know who you are. And by the way, if you play for a team, let everyone know who you play for. So when we trash talk, we know who to at in the Discord.
Yeah. Hello, my name's Luna. I'm the top laner for Liddy Sports Blue. Overall content machine, 5'9", 150 pounds, completely muscle. I drive a classic Porsche. I'm just rich. I'm handsome. I'm tall. I got everything going on for me, to be honest.
Very nice.
Didn't you just say you were what? 5 foot? 5 foot what?
9.
And you said tall. Rich, handsome, and tall.
Depends on the part of the world you're at.
Okay, Napoleon.
Well,
I'm just
up
kidding.
next,
You can't rest
We
that
got-
bad. I'm like,
up next we got Yanni.
hey, what's
Tell
going
us a
on?
little about yourself.
My name is Yanni. I cast here in the Blue Otter League. I cast in a couple of other different leagues. I like to spend my spare time yelling at computer screens. And once you get to know me, I'm probably your 8th favorite caster, which is not very high, to be honest.
You know what? Fair. All right. Well, we did have Billy here, but unfortunately, Billy's emu got loose, so he's been kind of working on getting that thing back. But we're gonna jump right into power rankings for the Master League. And once that gets up there, we're gonna have, I guess, let's just talk about the elephant in the room.
Oh my god.
What am I looking at here?
So, Luda, what's going on with your number one seed here? Out of curiosity.
Okay, so to be honest,
Mhm.
I've never heard of any of these teams except for Team Ambition and Go Next Gaming, and I can't rank it if I don't know them. And honestly, the way things been going on for this season so far, everyone seems to be pretty trash. So the only team I'm concerned about is Team Ambition. Go Next Gaming is a maybe, but they have B-Way Bennett playing top lane. So if I get my dog to play, I could probably still beat him in lane.
Okay,
Yikes.
respect.
That's pretty
All right.
savage, not gonna lie.
Okay. Coming up hot.
You gotta drop the A from your name, Luna, because that's crazy. Putting everybody off to the side, and even in the wrong spots. Like what? Everybody else is first? Is this what you're telling me?
Nah, I don't know. I did a 4th. I thought 4th was the highest. I don't know. Biggest number, biggest player.
Yo, okay. Honestly, I can't argue with that. That's kind of true.
All right. You know what? Fair. We'll unpack Luna's rankings a little more in just a second here. But we'll go with, I guess, our potentially least biased individual in the call right now. Yanni, go ahead and give me the rundown as to why Dorado is number one right now.
So I think after their win last week, you know what? I'm sold. I'm actually sold after the victory against Go Next. I think Go Next has a very, very strong team from top to bottom, and especially their bot lane being one of the better bot lanes in the league showed that okay, Dorado Gaming. The fact that the series went 2-1 in the first 2 weeks, I was a little concerned. I was like, this has the makings of a potential like 1-2 for them. But the fact that they came in and they just kind of blew the doors off of Go Next, I don't really know what happened in that game too. If y'all remember, Riddy, I don't know if you've got any opinions on that. But that was such a weird. Yeah, man. But so I heard a term the other day, a solitaire draft. Never heard that term used before, but it's basically when you just decide to play a game by yourself, and that's kind of what they did with their draft. The Soraka top didn't exactly work out for them very well, so a lot of questions there. But yeah, that's why I have Dorado Gaming as number one, because I thought Go Next was probably the second best team in the league. And obviously, TA Fear is fantastic. You know what? I gotta give you guys the credit. You guys got a huge win last week, already, so I gotta give you the credit. Put you up at number one.
All right. So you mentioned that Dorado is the best bot lane or you think one of the best bot lanes in the league. What do you think the Dorado jungler stacks up, Yanni?
Oh, I mean, I think it's pretty clear that Riddy's the best in the league. I thought it was between him and Overrate. I know Jim Cantor is a fantastic jungler, and Death Cards is a team that has placed very well in other leagues. A short discussion with a couple of people about them and how they came up just short in one of the Risen leagues last time around. So I'm expecting good things out of them, but obviously I can only go off of what I've seen in front of me and what I know. But I think there is a lot of hot jungle competition. So despite the fact that I think that Rudy is claiming the top spot for right now, I do think that by the end of the season that could change if you let it slip up. So you got to keep working your ass off.
I do.
I already got fined. My bad.
It's all right. It's all right. Okay, so let's, I guess, talk about up next on kind of just the average for the predictions right now. It is going to be Team Ambition. So TA coming in, looking pretty good so far this season. Luna, what are your thoughts on Team Ambition here? I know you did put them tied for fourth, but kind of give
Tied
me
for first in my mind. I read it wrong.
Okay. Okay, you know what? It's all right.
Look, man, a couple years in the Marine Corps, it does things to you, right? You get a little stupid.
Oh, you're out here eating crayons? Oh no.
So I have a bit of history with that Team Ambition team. Elucidators Light and Buddha, we actually played on the same Team Ambition team before. I think they don't have the same following anymore, but Buddha, good player, really smart, always talking. He's actually probably one of the best players I've ever played with, besides my current one. Light, always solid, always willing to play for the team. I think they're good. I know their balling's also like turbo crack, but to be honest, I look at their top and I'm like, man, I'm kind of just better than this guy. And also, they did bench me for being trash a year ago, but ever since then, I feel like I've gotten much better. And honestly, at this point, we could probably still beat them, and no doubt,
Okay,
That's pretty bold, because I think your bot lane's pretty solid, but I mean, I would never bet against Alistair, to be honest with you. I think Alistair might be the best in terms of pure skill, AD carry in the league, and I think Alistair is kind of close to with just a little bit more time could actually break out into higher levels, starting to get into amateur and stuff. So I mean, I know you guys got Bubs and Banks over there they're a really solid duo, but I don't know if I don't know about that. That bot lane might be a little bit rough.
Okay. Fair. We'll kind of get to that in a second. Ready? What are your thoughts on TA here?
Okay, so I know Light, I know Buddha. I mean, I know basically the entire team. Either I played against them in previous leagues, or I mean, I'm also on a TA team, and well, let's just say that they're top ranked out, and their quote unquote other top is coming from a different team. So it's going to be like a lot of roster swaps. But
Mhm.
I mean, honestly, I didn't expect many people to put us top first. I just put myself first because like it's my team, right? But I think TA's done like a really fantastic job, like especially like with the bot meta, like they've been doing a lot, and their top was like really good. But with their new top, like rumored to be a new top, I think it should still work out. Everything is the same, but I do see a little bit of mid jungle bantering a lot, so I'm like worried for their mentals. But otherwise, like I think they're a very solid team, so I'm really excited to play them in these later weeks.
All right, all right. And let's talk about the next team that's kind of averaged out in the third rank. It is Go Next Gaming. So we're gonna let Luna. You've put them actually in third. You've kind of averaged that out.
Yeah, it's
So
alright.
go ahead and tell me why you put them third.
I think like as an overall team, their coordination as a team, they're probably like the best I've ever played all around. Like they have really solid macro, really good calls. They're not easy to beat, like after mid game. But to be honest, like I don't want to be real, bro. I don't know what B-Way Bennett's on. I don't know how he's Diamond 1, how he ever gets Masters. Bro plays like 500 games a season, just
True.
turbo flipping. Like this guy, unironically, has been known for being a dog despite being like relatively high elo. Yeah, you know, I feel like after a certain point, when you have such a liability on your team, and people are starting to realize if we just like shut this guy down, it's basically a 4v6. You know, that's how I do it.
Okay.
I've been playing with them recently. I heard they got a new mid laner from what I've heard. Is that true?
Compared to other Go Next gaming teams, or
Maybe it's not the same one I think it is. I don't know, but like to be honest, I always think they were like a solid team, but not like impossible to beat. But I think like if in a best of 3, we could always like take them 2-1.
All right, all right. I'm looking through roster changes right now. I'm not seeing anything in
I've
terms
seen
of a
them
mid
play
lane
with
change.
different
Any
mids and
leaks?
meta shifts.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it was because last time I played him was in meta shift. That's why.
Okay,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
So our mid laner played with Go Next Gaming, but that was 2 splits ago. And then I mean I think they went through 2 different mid laners, but otherwise, yeah.
All right, fair enough. Yanni, anything you'd like to add? Thoughts on Go Next Gaming here?
A couple of things. So like, I as you can see, I put Go Next Gaming in fourth, and I
Mhm.
don't want that to be, I don't want that to be misconstrued as I don't think they're a top 3 team, because they ran into a very good team last week, obviously in Dorado Gaming. So I think a lot of what it is I think this year for the league is going to be quite interesting, because I think that the top 5 teams, either of the top 5 teams, can actually go out and win the champion. I think Go Next, Death Cards, Lit, Dorado, and Fear could actually win. You know, obviously it's still very early. Not every
Mhm.
team is going to be 3-0 after 3 weeks. It's just not possible. I really think that all the top 5 teams are kind of like a mishmash, but I do really like Go Next Gaming. I like the game that they play. Like Luna was saying, they seem to be the most coordinated out of everybody, which can definitely get you a lot of victories. But I also think that as the season goes on, that gap kind of closes a little.
Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah, that makes sense. So up next, we are going to talk. Ooh, actually, it gets kind of funky. So we're going to talk about Lit, Lit Esports Blue neck. So on a tangent, Luna, are you okay today? You having a doing all
Oh.
right? Because I just pulled up your op.gg and
Oh, dude, I told you.
it's been yeah. You went-
Masters. You thought I was kidding. I was Masters 35 OP. I'm now D1 8 or like 0.
In the
Yeah.
past 5 hours, you've gone 1-7. It's just one of those days, I guess.
Dude, listen. What you understand is I've been reading a lot of Pantheon quotes, and honestly, the one that really resonated with me the
Mhm.
most is sometimes it is my place to fall simply so I can rise again.
Okay. All right. I like it. Inspirational quotes with Luna from Pantheon. All right. I like it. So, give us the rundown on Lit Esports Blue. So far, how do you feel your team stacks up? You've kind of talked about some of the previous teams and how you feel the top lane matchup goes, but overall, how comfortable are you in your position against other top laners in the league? And then how do you feel your team stacks up to the league?
To be honest, I haven't felt like any top laner has really beaten me out single-handedly, like one-on-one in laning. It's always like there's some like form of jungle interaction or something like that that goes on. For the rest of my team, I mean, they're a bunch of Canadians, so like they got that little weird accent going on when they speak English. It's kind of hard to understand sometimes. So we get some really iffy calls here and there, some questionable plays. And honestly, that's how we drop sometimes. We get some questionable plays, we get tilted, but we got the good mental to keep going and moving on. My bot lane, I think it's pretty solid. I love Bubs and Banks. Um, Sometimes though, I'm not gonna front. We get a bit of tilters down there. Like we get a little bit. All right, I guess it's time to go next after like to get ganked for the second time in a row. My mid jungle though, always respectable. I can always deal with it. My absolute hulking husk, complete supermodel of a man that is Scorpio, my mid laner. I can always trust him. So to be honest, even if bot lane doesn't, I still got my mid jungle to really help me out.
You said they're Canadians, right?
Yeah.
Ruko and Scorpio. Didn't they win a LAN event up in like Newfoundland or something
Oh yeah,
like that?
I'm pretty sure they did.
Yeah. I pulled that one
Well,
out of the archives.
there you go.
That's the amount of studying that I do for teams that might play, because I think one of the games is like rescheduled or something like that. Like that's how much studying I do. It was like, I found that out and I was like, oh, this is cool. I get to talk about this. Didn't think I'd ever use that piece of information, at least for a little while. But yeah, like your team is. That's why I think that your team is very solid, because it's like you've got a lot of that the synergy in the bottom lane, the mid jungle synergy. It just kind of feels like, how do you fit in the team?
Well, me personally, because I'm able to play so much. Sorry, I'm eating Bonchan right now. This fried chicken's so good. I basically am like the Swiss Army knife of draft. We're like, all right, cool. Luna, what do you want to play? We're gonna carry. You want to be on Scion? You want to be on like Fiora? I think I have such a diverse champ pool that my coach just says like, you're so great to draft around, because whatever the team come needs, whatever draft server go for, you can play. And I really think that's like my role, is just to be like the final piece of the puzzle. If that makes sense. Like if we're playing front to back, go Scion. If we're playing engage, with Gallier and Jarvan, go Camille. That's kind of like my role.
I mean, that's a good spot to have. What would you, if you were to pick one that you could only ever play, tanks or carries, what would you go for?
I mean, honestly, probably carries, because in this meta, I know it's very like bot centric, so it's also good to have like this disgusting front line that is Scion, that has like 10,000 HP and a bunch of stats,
Yeah.
because he built Jack Show and just stacking it infinitely. But I think playing carry is more fun, and there's a bit more agency into what you can do in lane. Not say you can't win lane as a tank, but to be honest, I've been playing like a tank into like Fiora Gwen. It's just like the most miserable experience of my life, as I just get shoved in, and then later on it's like, oh, I can match them, but they're gonna rail in their tower because Boy has like 2 instances of true damage, like a bunch of percent max health, and I'm just a tank with like no combat stats whatsoever.
Yeah, fair. Ready? What are your thoughts on Lit Esports Blue within the league? Do you think they are top 3 team? Do you think maybe not? What are your thoughts? There?
I think this week is definitely going to be their like make it or break it moment. Like I think Ruko's a decent jungler. I've seen him in CCS as well. He's pretty good. Scorpio, I have mixed feelings just because he played on a Dorado team and then it went really bad. I don't know if it was the team or him, but I mean, hopefully, Luna, it sounds like he's doing really well with you guys. So, and then also, like, in my opinion, I think Lit, when played against the 3 lowest ranked teams in their first 3 weeks, so that's why I kind of put them in 5th. Either they can go down or they can go up. So I think that's why I'm saying it's make it or break it for them. So yeah, it's going to be a test, and yeah, we'll see from this week on.
All right. Let's talk about now SDC Death Cards, who are coming in, I believe, 4-2 at the moment. Yanni, what are your thoughts on this team here?
I'm so happy you asked me that because when I was looking this team up,
Mm-hmm.
I begin to do like extensive research and stuff like that for no reason at all. I mean, I'm a play-by-play caster mostly so I could just give it to my color characters, right? And
Yeah.
the team is gonna be pretty good when you go look up a player and they've got like a Leaguepedia page, and you're like, oh, I can get some information off that.
Fair,
Jim
yeah.
Cantor is a really, really good jungler. A lot of death cards, I recognize a lot of their names too from around some other leagues and stuff like that. So they certainly have like the wow factor in terms of names. And again, that's why I think as I mentioned earlier, the top 5 teams I think are all in contention because despite the fact that they're 2-1 in matches, 4-2 in games, like that doesn't matter really. Like when you play against good teams, it's okay to drop some games. It just matters how the rest of the season goes and how you do getting into the playoffs and stuff like that. Obviously that's a little ways away, but I mean, I do think that death cards are a legitimate contender, and if they are going to win the championship, it's going to be because Jim Cantor goes and he knocks Riddy off his throne.
All right. Ready? What are your
Yeah.
thoughts on that?
Okay, so let's just say I played against this team in ages. Their only loss in 6 games, and it was a 2-1 or yeah, 1-2. I went 1-1, and I mean I'm kind of coming here for revenge, so
Okay.
that's why I put them in like top 4. I mean they lost against, I don't remember who they lost against. Oh, Gonex Gaming, and then we won against Gonex. So I don't know, like that correlation was like okay, well there's always a possibility. I think SDC is a really good team. It just sucks that they were my only loss in ages. So it's gonna be really interesting to see like what they will do against us tomorrow. So yeah, I think they have a really solid team. So it's gonna be really interesting to see what will happen tomorrow.
All right. All right. And Luna, what are your thoughts on SSC Death Cards?
I don't know who these people are. Never heard of them in my life. Like, not sure what I mean. Like I don't know who's in their team. I'm not familiar with these individuals. I mean, they got what is the skull with like the smoke coming out? That's pretty neat.
Mhm.
Yes.
Oh,
Okay. I think you play them, what is it, week 6? So you got 2 weeks to figure out who they are at least. That's good. All right.
not
You
my
got some
job. My coach does everything for me. Just tell me to
Got
show
you.
up.
I
Respect.
got you. All right. Up next, it is RAR Shadow Z that we will be talking about. I think I did that right. Yeah, they're roughly up there. This is where it gets a little bit different, except for OE. But so we'll start off with Luna this time. RAR Shadow Z coming in at 2-4 at the moment. What are your thoughts here?
That's the team. That's like the org Doki's with, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So little backstory, right? So, are you guys familiar with Super League gaming, like way back in the day, like when they had the city champs?
I have
Personally, no, but I know a lot of the community is.
Yeah. So, do a little like, rundown. So what it was back in like I think it was like 2016, like 17-ish time frame. This company called Super League Gaming had like this thing where you try it out for like your local city's team, and then like you go in person to like a theater, and then right there you like you'd land with people on your team and play against other cities for like a championship. And it was sick as fuck, right? Like going to theater like with like 40 people playing League. But I remember distinctly Doki was on Team DC, we were Team Chicago, and this dude would not stop talking shit. And it's like the most annoying thing ever. And the thing with Suck was like it's like silver, right?
Yeah.
So then we like as a collective city, like we beat them. And ever since then I've never liked Doki. Every time I see him talking in chat, I find him really annoying because the way this dude types for no distinct reason, like
Yeah,
like I'm like,
that's
bro, what are
fair.
you what are you doing, bro? Like just type normally. Like you would casually have to type this way. And ever since then, anytime I see RAR, I associate them with Doki, and just by association, I don't like it. Right?
Okay, fair. But so, what are your thoughts on that team, though?
I don't
Not
know
exactly Doki, but
I don't know these people. I've never.
Okay,
Honestly,
okay, fair.
legitimately, like, these are like piss randoms to me.
oh my gosh! All right, fair. Okay, ready? Go ahead. Anything? What are your
Yes.
thoughts on the Master RAR Shadow Z team?
Yeah, so basically as I told, like there's 2 rumored roster changes, and this is one of the teams other than DF here. So yeah, their top laners most likely gonna leave, and then There's a reason why I dropped one of my subs, so he should be playing for that team. But the thing is about this team is I just feel like they are super uncoordinated. I don't know. Like it just feels like like I don't know if it's like mid not trying to do anything or like how they think about playing the game. Like I mean, it's also no scrim team, so I don't know. Like they're just completely lost, in my opinion. And then they played against Mortals, and hopefully that lifted up their spirits, like to
Mhm.
maybe possibly winning some more games. But yeah, I don't know. Like I have to like see like what happens as time goes on. So um, yeah.
All right. Yanni, how about you?
I actually think that's a bit of a team that you need to watch out for. First
Okay.
of all, you mentioning the roster change. No offense to Nodal, who is the top laner for Aurora Shadows, but you know,
No, he's
I'm
not
not.
playing anymore.
It's
No.
he's not. No, well, no. I thought he changed his name.
Well, he is technically their sub. It's Severe that was their
Okay.
like main top laner.
Okay.
Yeah, but
I
I
just
don't
wanted
think
to-
he's playing for that
Okay,
team. At least
'cause
like
I
that's
just
what
wanted
they've
to
been
make-
talking to me.
Yeah, because I just want to make the point because I can only go off the rosters that I see sometimes.
Right,
The
right.
fact that I don't want to cast a game with the player having the name Virginity Haver in it because it makes it really hard on me.
Yeah.
So- But no, this team's actually like pretty interesting, right? Because like obviously we know that like Sigify's been in the league for quite some time. Is clearly the handsomest and best player in the league, self-proclaimed, obviously.
Okay.
But you know some of these players and the team as a whole last season was pretty strong. They got to the semifinals last season, and you know nothing but Wisp was the head coach for Godel Gamers, was in the spring qualifier playoffs.
Mhm.
And they managed to make it to they got 3-2 in the Swiss. They did finish in the 9 to 12 slot out of 16 teams, which isn't like crazy or anything, but like when you're placing higher than teams like Winthrop and Horizon Gaming
Mhm.
and like ISU and stuff like that, and you're just below teams like Team Ambition and Native Gaming, like it's like okay, you need to actually take this team seriously because you know that having a player like that in the jungle role can really whip a team into shape quickly. So like if there's a dark horse pick of the league, like for me, it would actually be Rush.
All right. All right. Up next, we're going to talk about EVO Shade, and we're going to let Reddy start this one off. Give me your thoughts on this team.
I'm gonna be honest. This is probably the team that I would know least about.
Okay.
But look overall, it looks like a decent team. It just, I mean, I don't know like who they played against in the first 3 weeks, but I know they're 1-2. Yeah. So their record is, I mean, they only won against Shadow Z, which personally I don't think that's an achievement. But I think this team can be really good. I mean, they definitely like played against like the higher teams, so I think they definitely have a chance. It's just, I mean, honestly, I would as like reading this, I would switch Shadow Z and Evo Shade, but
Okay.
like just knowing like the personal players from Shadow Z, I think they can have higher ceilings. It's just,
Got it. Okay.
I mean, yeah, that's what I think. So, I mean, I don't really have anything else. Like, I think they're a decent team. I just need time, like, to see
All
like
right.
how they're going. Yeah.
Okay. Yanni, what are your thoughts on Evo Shade? You also put Shadow Z above Evo Shade. Is that do you think Shadow Z has a higher ceiling? And
do.
after that, I'll ask you one more follow up.
Yeah, so I really think that Riddy hit the nail on the head. And
Mhm.
you know, I mentioned, you know, a little bit earlier that the coaching aspect could come up huge for them, for Raw Shadows, that is. And Evo, I don't necessarily see that same pedigree. Obviously, I may be misinformed, might not know. But ultimately, I think a lot of players across the league are obviously on fairly even footing. I think there are a lot of players in the league that could rank up higher if they were, you know, going to grind and push for it and stuff like that. Obviously, they would rank them out of the league, but I digress. And when you take, you know, two rosters of relatively evenly matched players, it really comes down to the coaching differential, what happens with the drafts, what happens with the team rotations and stuff like that. And that's why I put Raw Shadows over Evo Shade. I think that Evo Shade, individually, their players are very talented, and they can certainly, I think they can certainly beat up on the bottom three teams. I do think that they can definitely like take games off for our shadows. Like
Mhm.
if we're talking a 5-game series, it probably goes to 5 games. But past that, I don't know if they can consistently take games off of the top 5 teams in the league.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Luna, Evo Shade. Do they make playoffs? What do we think here?
I mean, going off what you guys talking about, hearing how like doing roster swaps, I think if any team's like swapping rosters and like start of the season, there's maybe a chance they get things together. I don't know any of the players except for one Spring Leaf. I've had him like in a couple of my solo queue games. You know, it does alright. You know, just it's what you expect out of a master jungler. I'm not sure how well his solo queue. I guess like the time we like met in solo queue like translates to competitive. But if they're swapping rosters around, I just hope it's like not like a huge big like team swap, because at that point like you might not have enough time to really get things together. It's like playoffs,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, up next, I believe we're going to be talking about the teams now that have yet to pick up a series win. Up next, OE Clown Car.
Hmm.
And it looks like for the most part, all of you have slotted OE Clown Car in the same spot. So we're going to start off with Yanni. What are your thoughts on this team?
So Clown Car is kind of interesting because I look at their players, and a lot of them individually have a lot of talent. As far as I know, I'm trying to remember. I think their mid laner name changed. I think I knew them under a different name, and I can't remember who it is right now. Um, but I've seen a lot of these players before. I think the reason why I rank them highly is because they used to play for a college team. I'm pretty sure. Nothing like overly crazy. I think. Hold on. Let me see if I can remember, or if I can find my notes more specifically. Because I just cannot remember for the. I can't. I don't think I have it.
That's all good.
Hold on. I think I do. No, I don't. I don't honestly. But I did take a look at their roster as a whole, and I think that out of the bottom teams, they are the ones that could actually. They'll probably be the first ones to win a game.
Okay. All right. We'll go with Luna. Go ahead and give me your thoughts on OE Clown Car next.
Yeah, so we've played them already. We beat them. We 2-1 every team. So it's like weird because like we look at the team on paper like, okay, you know, their players like they're up there in rankings. You know, their mid laners like D4, they'll just play with the weak spot. But they had the cool crab sub in for them. And to be honest, I feel like it takes just one person in competitive to really just run it down and it's like solo the game. And to be honest, it was the cool crab there. Like I think that guy like I mean, I forgot we 2-1 them, but I think like one game we just ran it down our own, but like I was saying just complete stop. It's weird. It seems like because of their subs then they weren't like super coordinated, but like that man just looked disgustingly bad. Like
Oh no. Okay.
like sometimes like when you see some disgusting plays, like you get like, yo, what is this guy doing? And like Com's like something's wrong, man. I don't know. Like, I'm sure if they had their actual squad, everyone playing their main roles doing their main thing, they could perform and do better. But from my experience so far, god damn, that was rough.
All right. And Ricky, what are your thoughts on OE Clown Car here?
Yeah, so I'm really good friends with Olveric, so he's on the team. It just like, I mean, coming to our like first week game, like we were like we also went 2-1, like as like Luna said, like I mean this team is like one person like runs it down, it's kind of like kind of done. But I mean we kind of like going into it, we're like, oh yeah, we're gonna ego this, or like we're just gonna like pick like random stuff, and then obviously like it was like a wake-up call, like okay, we kind of can't do that. So yeah, I mean Ulrich's a really good player. The only thing is like, I mean also Jabber was their last split for Elise Diamond, and I mean it looks like they role swapped, so it's like really weird. Like so Jabber is like a Wukong one trick I've seen a lot in the scene, and then now he went to AD, and Olveric was like a really prominent AD in like the diamond scene, but now he went to jungle. So I think it's like really interesting. I mean coming into the first game, it didn't seem like they wanted to be there. Like, no offense, like they're like, we thought the league was gonna like just be canceled. So like, really can be like, are you guys not like, you guys want to play? I mean,
Okay.
yeah. So I don't know like what their deal is. I mean, on paper, these guys look decent. I mean, rank wise, not there, but yeah. Otherwise, like, I mean, it really is time, but I don't think they're going to be a playoff team.
Okay.
So
All right. Fair enough. Up next, it is Church of Champagne. And Luna, go ahead and lead us off with your thoughts on this team.
Yeah, basically something really did. So like we win the first game and then like we kind of ego second game, get smashed on. They didn't seem too bad. It seemed okay. I think overall as a team we just kind of played better than them. Their top laner, I mean he does have some hands, but like also like, you know, if I don't ego him, like it's an easy matchup. Overall, the support Copper, dude, that guy, it was just like fucking clown car, man. Like it takes one guy to really run it down for you, and then all of a sudden, game's just hard to play because like mistake after mistake, like in a coordinated setting, like people are gonna capitalize and punish on that, and it really showed. Overall, I mean, I don't know. I feel like, yeah, it's kind of hard when like you have two people on your team kind of just like basically running it, like Razor Leaf and Copper. Like they weren't doing too hot, but overall, that's just like my initial impressions after playing them once.
All right. How about you, Yanni? What are your thoughts on this team?
So, yeah, I agree with a lot of what Luna said. Despite that, I actually think Razor Leaf is a fairly good bot laner. I've seen them around a couple of times, and it's like, okay, they kind of live up to their namesake. They get a critical hit sometimes, and things go really, really well. And then sometimes things don't go nearly as well. Vess, obviously, up in the top lane is the player that they want to play around. And they play a lot of carries up in the top side. So you know what? I think that after hearing from Luna and Riddy, and then Luna again talking about this team a little bit, I think I actually want to adjust one of my predictions here. I actually think that Church of Champagne is probably a little bit better than Clown Car. And
Okay.
a lot of that has to do with like ranks and skill levels and stuff like that. But I actually think if those two teams met head to head, it would go pretty heavily in Church of Champagne's favor.
All right. All right. How about you, Ready?
yeah. So I mean, we played them week 2. I mean, I don't know what it like. They gave us like a different roster. It looks like they have roster instability. And the only player I know like is a sub on, which is Tiny C. And when it was PG, he coached the CB's PG team and like helped us also for the CB team, like a little bit of coaching. So I assume like all of these guys are like all PST, like they all like they're like, hey, we gotta like push the game back 2 hours, and I'm like, we can do one, and then we did that. So I'm assuming these guys are all IRL friends or like solo queue warriors that just want to come into the league. So I mean they played well individually. I just think like they don't really coordinate that well. So like I think yeah, so it was a 2-1. I mean, they're really good solo. Like it looks like they're really good solo queue players, but I mean, I don't know. I just don't know if like they want to put the effort to like actually like get ready more into comps. So that's why I'm also saying these guys are probably not a playoff team either. So
Okay. Fair. And last but not least, we have Mortals coming in at 1-6 so far this season. Brady, go ahead and start us off. What are your thoughts on Mortals?
yeah, I'm sorry, but I think this is the worst team. Like, I don't know. Like, I mean, rank wise, these guys look good, but like, it looks like every game that I see them play, they just get smashed. So I don't know. Like, hopefully they can prove me wrong, but I don't know. I really think they're the worst team in the league.
All right. Luna, you got a chance to play against them earlier on in this season. What are your thoughts on that game and this team?
Dude, to be honest, I don't. They made me look like I was an LPL top laner. Like these guys were disgustingly bad.
Oh, no.
If the VOD was saved, I played Jax into a Camille kind of pick matchup, and the amount of times I had at least 4 people on me and I still managed to escape was just absolutely vile and despicable. it's disgusting. Like I'm always for like the skill matchup, right? But if you're gonna do it, at least be good at it. And to be honest, Fluoride was pretty dog shit. Um, Everywhere else, there seemed to just be like, burning house fire, like everything going horribly wrong with them. They're not seem coordinated at all. They got out draft, they got out team fought, they got out macroed. You know, if they improve on every single possible thing of the deal as a league, maybe they can win a game. But like they look really bad.
Okay, Yanni. To wrap up our power rankings, what are your thoughts on Mortal?
So actually, I have a question for Luna. So Luna, after taking a look at this team, right? After taking a look at Mortals, I have, mind you, I have only ever hit my peak at like D4 back in like season 4, right? So I'm a boomer and I wasn't that great. So I need to ask you, as somebody who is actually good at the game, how do you
I'm
get
dog
like
shit.
mobbed by multiple people and survive at that like rank level? Like, because I think that you'd say at least by rank you're very similar skill levels. Obviously, you just mentioned that you were just 1v4 and with like relative ease, people were mobbing you, you were escaping and getting kills. How does that happen?
So Jax is a very cool, fun, fair champion that definitely
Yes,
is not
I mean-
overloaded.
I agree with that.
Basically, what ends up happening is that when you're ahead as a top laner, you're basically like several levels, and then that's like I think 500 like gold worth of like stats. And after a certain point, like you have so many escapes as Jax because you have your wards, you can jump to minions, and then I think the VA might still be up there. I might have it where I almost died by 1 HP. I walked back with Counter Strike, stunned them, hop over the wall, and they already blew every single possible cooldown. Cool, I'm out. All right, guys, looks like we got Dragon for free. It was just like
Okay.
people just not understanding, like, hey, if you're gonna send several people to kill you, you have to make sure that actually happens because Jax is, despite being a fighter, has a bunch of escapes because the Warthog is really disgusting and unfair. Unlike,
That makes a ton of sense.
yeah, I mean, I also want to talk that down. Like, perhaps it's just like not being coordinated as well. Because if I think one time I was at a blue buff top side where I was just like overextending and pushing their entire teams in like the jungle, you know, they want to commit to me, but commit as an ulti. If she ults me, I die. It's things like that where like if you're gonna really go for a play, just commit for it. But I guess they didn't want to, or like they just underestimated their damage, and I was like, oh, cool, I'm out. And then even my team's like, wait, what? You got out? Like, yeah, like you guys are disgusting about it.
And now, you know, after hearing that, but looking at the team like more in depth, I'm not sure if I even put them ahead of Clown Car. Like, I don't know, man. This is tough. It's crazy because I think that when you take a look at with the ranks of a lot of players, they stack up very well. Again, like I mentioned earlier, when you're in a league like this and there's a lot of players of similar ranks, a lot of it comes down to how teams play the map, their coaching, and their drafts. And that looks like it could be a pretty big hole in the team, or at least their decision making. I think that like maybe they will. I mean, I don't think they're gonna make the playoffs. I just don't. No offense to them. I love every team in this league equally because without them, this league wouldn't exist. But I don't see playoffs in their future. But I don't see them finishing in last like I originally thought. This is a team that will be fighting to stay out of the bottom of the.
Okay. All right. Well, we've talked about all of the teams in the power rankings. It is now time to talk about predictions for week 4.
Luna, you're crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, I guess that's the first thing we'll talk about.
No,
Luna,
I actually don't think you're crazy.
STC depth cards up against Dorado Gaming. STC coming in at 4-2, Dorado 6-2. You're the only individual to predict them to win. So go ahead and blame that for us, please.
It's, you know, part of it's meme because I know Dorado Gaming has this really good copy pasta where it's like it's dog holding like the car
Yeah.
driving by saying another user for Dorado Gaming. Every time I see that, I chuckle. I want to see it again. I love it. Also, you know, sometimes it's you just root for the other person. I don't know these people. I flip the coin. They're gonna win. Go.
Okay. All right. Well, as someone who has some experience and some knowledge in this matchup, Riddy, how do you feel going into this?
So yeah, obviously, like playing against like this entire team like a couple weeks ago, I think like we can reevaluate like our at least like the draft plan that I thought of. Like, I mean, so it should be interesting. So I think they're kind of like I don't know. I wouldn't say like a downfall, but at least like recently in ages, they're like been losing a lot more. So I don't know if they're coming off of like a rough loss, but no, I think it should definitely be like a 3 game series. So we'll see in which way. So, but I mean, yeah, I'm just gonna like go into the game probably different than like what I did like against them like a couple weeks ago. So hopefully that will change it into our favor.
All right, fair enough. And Yanni, anything you'd like to add with this matchup?
I originally said that Luna was crazy, but honestly, this might be the one of the more sane predictions here. It doesn't necessarily surprise me that these predictions are 3-1, but they could have easily been 2-2. Because again, I've said so many times already, I think the top 5 teams are fairly even, and I think that with a Death Cards victory, it definitely shakes up the league a little bit more than a lot of people would realize. Like there are some, that game, and then obviously one of the games we'll talk about a little bit later, with Lit and Go Next.
Mm-hmm.
Those 2 matches have the potential to shake up the top half of the league a lot, and it depends on it really those games will be the indicator of how many losses these top 5 teams will have going into the playoffs, and will have large impacts in seeding despite the fact that it's only week.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we're gonna talk about the next matchup. It is Mortals taking on EVO Shade, and honestly, I think you're going with like some March Madness vibes, maybe with all these upsets you're picking here, Luna. So you've also predicted another upset. Mortals over EVO Shade. Give me your thoughts as to why you feel that this is going to happen in week 4.
Honestly, dude, I just want to see some action. I want to see like some turnarounds. Even though I call every team trash, it's what I think. But I need to have my ego. Otherwise, no confidence. I think it's just fun because like, how hilarious would it be if like I'm the one who's right and I was just like bullshitting the whole time? You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I think. I honestly I don't know teams too well. I did play Mortals, whatever. But who knows? Maybe they get like the special juice in between like now and their game, decide to like turn up or something. Maybe they're cooking something in the kitchen that we don't know about in scrims.
All right. Yanni, what are your thoughts here in this matchup next?
I actually think that Luna's predictions are actually totally sane, as was with the first one. I think that this is a match that Mortals can certainly win. It's not by any means ordained as them just automatically losing here, because Evo Shade's a pretty solid team and has played against some really solid teams, but they haven't done too much to separate themselves in those games. There's not been a lot of like, okay, well, they lost here, but X, Y, or Z looked really good, right? That does not necessarily mean though that that they're going to lose or anything like that. But I actually want to pose a question to the group. What do we think the bigger upset would be? Would it be Death Cards beating Dorado Gaming, or would it be Mortals beating Evo Shade?
Death Cards.
I think Death Cards. Yeah,
Death
I
Cards?
think. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think Shade is like definitely needs to prove itself. Well, like I think at least for like Dorado, like I feel like now we're kind of like in the driving seat, and now we have to prove to everyone like why we are first seed, or why do we keep it? I don't know. That's what it looks like, or at least TA Fury is technically first seed because they have 1 less loss.
I think you mean like power ranking wise, though.
Yeah, I guess.
I
Yeah.
understand. We all understand what you're getting at.
Yeah, we know what you mean. Okay, all right. Ready? Anything you'd like to add?
Personally, I think Shade should 2-0 this. I think like them losing 2-0 against TA Fear and STC is like fine, but they can still solidify themselves as like a middle team.
Okay.
So, but I don't know. I think Mortals is just 5-1 tricks, and if they don't get it, it's just like a dumpster fire. Like I'm sorry for like kind of like moving on them, but like I don't know. I think this team is just kind of doomed. But hopefully they prove me wrong, right? Like I like getting proved wrong, and then I'm like, okay, well,
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so
You,
I think Shade definitely is strong. What?
You bringing that up is also like super interesting as well because obviously I've mentioned it a couple of times at least that it's going into week 4, right? Does this become like a must-win game for our Shadows? Like, or I'm sorry, for Evo. Like, I mean, sitting at 1 and 2 right now, if you fall down to the lower depths of 1 and 3, down to like that 8th place spot, it might be like insurmountable to potentially even make a playoff spot because not like you're marred with all the other teams down there. Like, I hate to say it's like must win going into week 4, but like it actually kind of seems like it with the way the teams have shaped up.
Personally, I think like they can afford this loss, but they shouldn't. Like just because like I mean Evo Shade obviously like lost against TA and SEC, which I think are like top 4 to 3 teams. So it's just
Agreed.
like I think they can definitely like swoop in and take the 6th spot if they lose this game, but I don't think they should, right? So but yeah.
All right. We're going to talk about the next matchup, and it is Go Next Gaming up against Lit Esports Blue. This time we're going to start up at the top with Yanni. Give me the breakdown on this matchup.
Top cap.
Okay.
No, but not the way that Luna
Ooh.
expects. I'm just
Okay.
kidding. I'm just kidding. I have to at least meme a little bit because I don't really roast people on the broadcasts or anything like that. This is this is probably gonna be. I don't know if it's match of the week. It's like really close, right? Because like I think Death Card's Dorado is like super close to being match of the week, but also like there's a lot of really good games this week, so I'm a little bit torn. But I think that Go Next Gaming. I don't know. Taking a look at both of the rosters here, no shade to Luna and your squad or anything like that. I don't know, man. There's something about Go Next Gaming that I like overall as a squad. I think that Over8's got that dog in him, despite the fact that he took the loss already last week. I don't know. And listen, that guy's MLG Pro too. Like, you think your team could beat
True.
MLG Pro junglers?
I already know Over8.
Okay. Up next, Ready, go ahead and give me your opinion, and then we'll go to Luna after that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think Luna is crazy for the Lit. Like, I think Lit can definitely win this. I just think it's
agree
like
for what
maybe
it's worth.
I think it's like 60-40 in terms of G&G. I think they're a really good team, as Yanni said. Like, I think this is probably the most coordinated team. Like, I'm not gonna lie, our team doesn't script, so it's like these guys have probably played for like a really long time too. Obviously with a little bit of roster swaps here and there, but it's yeah. I mean, I respect Over8 like as a jungler, and I mean, I don't know like what the situation with bot lane is because like if you ban their certain picks, then they kind of like exponentially go down in skills. So I don't know. So we'll see if they can neutralize that or something. But yeah, I think this should be a close series as well.
All right. And Luna, as you may have noticed, everyone has selected your opponents. So my first question is, how does that make you feel? And my second follow-up question would be, how do you and your team feel heading into this matchup next week up against Go Next Gaming?
You know, it's okay because eventually, like, I think everyone's delusional. You know, everyone has their own like beliefs and thoughts. Sometimes you're just wrong. It's okay. To be honest, you know, Go Next Gaming, they're a good team. I'm not gonna front. They're a good team. They're really well coordinated. Flames and Strims, always a solid partner. But lately, after rocky start, when we first joined at Lit, we playing together, we were getting real good. We have all these drafts with this comps ready. To be honest, I don't know if their top lane can handle me. Like,
Okay.
There might be a bit of a canyon going on. I don't know. I think we might have to bring up a solo kill counter here because, like, I've played against B Bennett plenty of times, and to be honest, if I were to leak some of the scrim details, it's not looking too good in his favor. You know.
All right.
I think you should always pick yourself to win because why would you ever
100%.
go into a fight expecting to lose?
Of course.
It's just
I agree.
flat out wrong. But Over8, he's not bad. I love the guy, good memer. But I got Ruko in the jungle, man. That man's packing. All right,
Okay.
I got nothing to worry about here. I think it's gonna be a 2-1. Great game. Definitely should watch it. Hopefully it's streamed. I mean, I don't know if
I
it is
hope
or
so
not,
too. I want that
but
game to be
you
streamed.
know, there's gonna be some good content here.
And you know what? I don't think I for what it's worth, I don't think it's crazy that you're picking your team. Not only because obviously you pick yourself to win, but I mean I had to choose between one of the two teams, right? Like by no means would I be shocked if Lit won, right? I think that you both have really strong rosters. Um, and I don't think it's also you just memeing about the top lane. I do think that if if you guys are gonna win, it's gonna be largely through what you do in the top lane against BY.
All right, next up, it is TA Fear taking on Church of Champagne. And what, at least on paper, is the biggest difference in terms of both teams in the standings? So, Yanni, we're going to let you start off and give us the rundown and your prediction in this matchup.
Excellent. So the biggest difference is there are some pretty large differences here. Most notably top lane, jungle, mid lane, bot lane, and support. Yeah, that's it.
Okay,
There's just some pretty large differences there. I'm trying to find the copy pasta that's like, oh, you know, such and such is a great team. They just need to work on laning, map play, CSing,
Mhm.
team fighting, objective control, etc., etc. No offense to them. It's just TA Fear. I agonized over not putting them first in the power rankings for a reason, and I think that if you want to just know if you want to really have a team and say, okay, I want this team to show me what they're like at their peak, this TA game will be that. You will see exactly what they're like at their peak, and I don't really expect them to face any resistance. I would in fact be I don't know what more I could say than be shocked if they even dropped a game. It would be
Okay.
gobsmacked. I don't know. I would make a bet, but like I've got so much unluck with that sometimes that I'm just not gonna do it.
Okay, fair enough. Luna, we'll let you follow up to that. What are your thoughts on this best of 3 matchup here?
Yeah, no, TA is a good team, and to be honest, I don't have much to say. I think it's pretty much what was said before. Probably gonna stop. It's a gap in all 5 roles. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if their total game time was less than 40 minutes.
Okay. All right, and last but not least, Brittany, go ahead and wrap us up with this matchup.
So I'm actually gonna come on with a hot take. Like, even
Okay.
though I said TA Fear is gonna win, there's 2 problems. First, their top laner ranked out, and
Mhm.
second, they don't have a sub. So
True.
that means they have to eat
No,
sub.
wait.
They have to
Mhm.
eat sub. And personally, I think Church of Champagne has decent amount of one tricks, and it depends on the 5 players they put in. So I think they can definitely upset TA Fear. And I mean, them who they play last week, but they dropped a game last week. So I mean, I definitely think they can like
Do you think it's
well,
a chance at an upset? Is what you're saying?
yeah, I'm saying there's a chance of an upset. I think it goes to 3 games because like for at least like when we played against Church of Champagne, there
Mhm.
was a decent amount of one tricks, and obviously we may
They got
have to
them all
let
out,
one
yeah.
through. And also they always had roster instability, so it's going to be like wondering who's the 5 players that are going to play. So I think there's going to be a lot of like, it depends who's going to play. It's going to depend, or for top lane and for who on Church of Champagne. So this should be really interesting to see. So, I mean, yeah. So that's just my take, and I don't know if that changes your opinion, Yanni, but yeah. So
It actually does change my opinion a little bit. So if you recall earlier, I said there was a gap in all 5 lanes. Well, there's at least a gap in 4 lanes, and I'm not sold that Church of Champagne would be able to win a 5v4. To be honest with you.
okay, that's fair.
Okay, fair. And last but certainly not least, the last game we're going to talk about, it is Obi Klonkar up against Rar Shadow Z. Everyone has selected Rar Shadow Z, so we're going to Luna start this one off, and we will add to it as we go.
I mean, I just think a little bit better. I don't know. If I don't know them all too well, like I said, but you just flip a coin, see which side you get. All right, this one going. Let's bet on it.
All right, fair. How about you, Yanni?
I think that out of all of the games here, this one has the least amount of upset potential. I think that Raw Shadows is probably going to go in knowing that if they're serious about competing in this league at all, they have to go in knowing that like, all right, we really have to take care of business here. I've
Mhm.
talked up their coaching gap a lot. I think their players individually are very good, and I just simply think that Clown Car does not have the firepower in their arsenal to deal with that, right? And ultimately, it's going. This is going to determine whether or not you could actually consider Shadows as a playoff team at all, right?
Mhm.
Because if they drop this game here, then that changes everything, right? And now all of a sudden you see maybe a playoff spot in flux, but I really don't see that. I think
All
that
right.
this is going to be Raw Shadows pretty much all the way.
Okay, and so certainly in that last but not least, Ritz, what are your thoughts on this matchup?
I mean, it's like the same thing with the fear with their top lane situation because it's just like all super weird
Mhm.
right now with the roster changes. But I mean, I'm assuming Nodal or Virginia Ever is gonna play their tops and Severe can't. So it should be. I mean, I don't think it'll be close unless like OE like decides to switch back their jungle and AD like role swaps. So yeah, I don't know. I just think it's gonna be Shadow Z. If they lose, I mean, I doubt they will ever be a playoff contention team if they lose to that team. So
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Well, thank you all for coming out. We hope you have a wonderful evening. We're going to turn to a quick break. And when we are back, it's going to be the Platinum League Otter Talk with a new set of guests. We will be right back.
Thank you so much. See you on Monday.
All right, we are back with Otter Talk for the Platinum League. Unfortunately, all of our guests went out to order uh, the Shamrock Shake from McDonald's, and they all ran red lights, so they could not be here. But thankfully, we got some backup. So joining us is Nuffies and Jason Crypt 5. How are the both of you doing?
You first, Jason.
Well, I'm doing great. I was gonna play some solo queue, but then I saw the podcast was on. So like, obviously, I'm trying to like get in and say some stuff because I think I have a big mouth, so I love to talk.
All right, we love to hear it. Go ahead and introduce yourself as well here, Jason.
Oh yeah. So I am the mid laner for Dorado Gaming New, and yeah. I don't know where else to go from that. I do casting for like CS. I'm currently playing in Aegis. Most recently, I lost to Nuffies in finals in Metashift. So yeah, that's kind of me right now.
All right, fair
Great
enough.
transition, Jason. I'm
Yeah.
Nuffies.
Perfect.
Mid laner for Dorado Gaming Sigma, the slightly better version.
Oh
of
hell
the
no.
two.
No, no.
I am currently chip chasing, so this will be my 4th chip most likely.
All right, all right.
Sure.
A little confident.
And that's it. I mean, there's nothing else to say, man.
All right. Well, without further ado, I guess then it is time to jump into power ranking. So obviously, Jason is a fill for right now. He's our E-sub. We did lose our ban, but we are missing a couple other people who unfortunately couldn't show up or forgot to fill out the form. So here we are. We have Austin, who's unavailable at the moment, Nuffies, and then Jason will be arguing, hopefully, with or against us. But right off the top, we're going to be talking about Shurima. Or, no, sorry, failure. My apologies. And the it is sure
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's Freljord.
it's the Shurima logo with the Freljord teams. That's why it threw me off. Yeah, yeah. No,
Here
it's
we
all
go.
good. It's all good. It's all good. It's all right. Slight confusion for a second. I was like, that looks like Shurima, but I know there's Freljord teams. Anyway, yeah, Freljord. So right off the top, New World Esports, Orion, 8 and 3 at the moment. Nuffies, you have them in first place. Give me the rundown with that.
I just think they're the overall best team in that division. I think that they have had some rocky games. I mean, not all their games are clean, but in terms of all individual players, they're just all individually better than every single person in Shurima or Freljord, right? Freljord.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's nothing much to say. Once they get their shit together completely, they're just gonna be the best team on that
All
side of
right.
the brackets.
Okay, Jason. Obviously, Austin went with Shadow Z. I'm sensing a slight bias there, but give me your thoughts. Who do you think is the number one team within Freljord?
TA Cappy.
Oh my goodness
No.
gracious!
I'm messing. They're my buddies, but I think Nuffies' rankings is honestly pretty good. I mean, quite frankly, like when the group draw was happening, I was genuinely hoping to be drawn into from Freljord just because like I think I don't know, these teams all kind of suck. Like
Okay.
I don't like see like the only team like that I had like any like slight worry about really was Sigma, and we played them like week 1, which was kind of unfortunate just because we had to, as like
Mhm.
new, it's like definitely a team where we have like a lot of stuff to kind of like go through and like synergy and things to kind of just like grind together. But I think the standings are pretty spot on. New World Esports, Orion, they're they have a good team. Like they have a couple names I can recognize. But I still think like if any team like on Freljord, if they can like figure themselves out, I feel like the group is like pretty open in that sense.
Okay. All right. Up next, technically in the standings, is Shadow Z Plat coming in at 6 and 3 score. Nuffies, though, you've put them in 4th. So obviously, you see something there that does not reflect in the standings. So tell me what's going on.
I just think that the two teams in front of them have way more to offer.
Okay.
When I look at the Shadow Sea team, I don't know. I played for their org the other day, and I let the sour taste in my mouth, and they were talking about it like they were in like an easy spot. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like they were talking about it like it's just so free. We don't have to do anything, and it's to me, it's just like it screams like late playoffs incompetence. Like they'll make it to playoffs and they'll just like flop in like the first or second round, and it'll be like embarrassing if they manage to take first or second. That is, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. All right.
Yeah, I just think that the other two teams, way more players that are just more well balanced teams, and I just think they're just better overall. Maybe the standings don't reflect this completely,
Okay.
by the way, because in the point of TEAB, whatever their name is.
Mhm.
But it definitely, just from the eye test, they just look like the way better team than the rest of the pool.
All right. All right. Yeah. I mean, it's still early, so teams will be getting settled into the league. And Jason, what are your thoughts on Shadow Z?
Z?
Kind of where would you put them? Yeah.
I mean, I think every time I look at a Shadow Z roster, it's always like the same like couple of players. So I see like Nats is there, like there's always like someone that's like kind of been on the same team for like the longest period of time, and that kind of just screams to me like if it's like the same player like playing in the same league, and like Shadow Z like typically is like early playoffs exit. Like I feel like they're kind of just destined for that angle again,
Okay.
especially because like they also they also just play like really weird things, and I think a lot of that like it just won't help them out when it comes to like the kind of longevity in terms of how playoffs work and how like people will get used to, or like people will be able to adapt and anticipate.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Fair enough. Up next in the standings, it is Oblivion Esports Ruby. Nuffies, you rank them in second. So give me the rundown as to why you feel that this team has the second highest ceiling here.
Ravensman is the goat, man. That's it. That's all there is
Okay.
to it.
All right.
Is the goat. When I looked at this team, they just look like they're cleaner than the rest. There's some teams that are like plat teams, and then there's some teams that are like
Mhm.
flat teams. You know what I mean? And this is like
Okay.
one of those. You know, we're threading the line of platinum. League of
Got you.
Legends there.
Okay. And Jason, where do you feel Oblivion Esports Ruby falls if you were to make your power rankings here?
I mean, if I were to make my power rankings, like I would still like I'd base it off the standings. Honestly, I don't really pay attention to Freljord as much. I mean, like I recognize Ravensman because he's been around, but I think again it's like the situation where like that's like what Nuffy said about like the borderline of being like plat teams and that sort of thing. And yeah, I haven't really paid attention to the games, but I still think like yeah, I don't know. I don't have much to say. I have a lot more to say about my own group, that's for sure.
Okay.
I also agree with that. Yeah, that's why it
Mhm.
probably was a good idea to get a different side representative. But
Yeah, I
it's
mean that was the original goal, but unfortunately, plans fell through. So we're doing the best with what we have. Up next, TE Abyss coming in at 5-5. Now, please, you put them in third though, even though they are technically, I guess, fourth in the standing. So give me the rundown on TE Abyss or TE. Sorry.
I mean, first of all, they have like a 10-man roster. So usually when someone has a 10-man roster, by the end of the regular season, right?
Mhm.
You will eventually see like the same 5 players, right? So like over time they'll shuffle in a bit, right?
Yeah.
So I just think that with 10-man rosters, they're always going to slide in like maybe third or fourth within the playoff, or maybe even like fifth, and then just
Mhm.
make a deep playoff run. So I'm basically preemptively calling this a third best Freljord team.
Okay. So you're saying eventually they're going to find their best starting 5 out of their 10, and they'll end up a top 3 seed by
Yeah,
the
yeah,
end of. Okay.
yeah. Also,
All
their
right. All right.
their drafts are pretty good. I mean, if you look at their drafts, like just like I thought to myself like, wow, Swain's a really good pick here in their game one against
Mhm.
Master, like whatever it was, Master McNasty, I think it was, and then they instantly picked it, and I was like, oh, oh, oof. Like
Nice.
they're actually drafting, so that's good to see.
Yeah, that's good. That's normally a big hurdle sometimes for teams that we see within these leagues is their drafts get to be a little questionable, and that causes some difficulties at times. So now we're going to throw it over to Jason. Give us your thoughts on TE Abyss within Freljord.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at their jungler. This guy's kind of going crazy. You know, he hasn't lost like his last 10 games,
Mhm.
and like I mean, their entire team is just they're a bunch of solo queue warriors. Like they have, you know, they got like a couple hundred games. Like they're already up there in terms of the amount of games played,
Mhm.
and you know, there's definitely that sense of it where you know you have a lot of high ranks and you have a lot of high game numbers. So I think in terms of how their hands are doing, I think they're doing great. But like I agree with Nuffies in that sense. Like I think it applies where if you have these players who are playing league regularly, I think as you go on into the season, you find kind of what combination of players works, and you kind of find like the more like smarter sense in how to play the game. I think that's when like a team could come online. So
All right.
yeah.
I think the
Okay.
big. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
To add on to this point, the reason why like you like, even though their record doesn't reflect it, they have like really high elo players. Like they have some like diamond support, right? And then their mid and jungle are both like almost diamond, right? So it's like the only problem
Mhm.
why this team is like even like not second in my opinion, right? Is just because like it sucks that the most two important roles to snowball the game
Mhm.
are both their worst players, or seemingly their worst players,
Mhm.
right? Obviously, I don't pay attention to the games too much. Like I watched their stomp and I was like, okay, I can't really get anything out of this.
I got you. Okay. Well, we're going to talk about the next team in Freljord. It is TA Capybara. And looking at our rankings, pretty much middle of the pack. Nuffies, kind of give me the rundown on this team here.
I think that Shadow Z is better than them. I think everyone below them, I just don't really have a clue. I feel like I gave this TA team that much credit just because of their name and not because of anything else. I think the teams below them, I could talk more about this TA team. So thank God we have Jason, who's a TA fanboy,
Mhm.
or AKA mod for TA.
Mhm.
Yeah.
He could talk more about these players. I have like the only person I'd recognize is something corny, and then I was like, yeah, man, I'm just gonna ignore this. This is like not this is not up my alley.
Mhm. Okay. All right. Well, someone who is a self-proclaimed TA fanboy, Jason, give me the rundown on your thoughts on this TA Capybara team in Freljord.
Well, I mean, obviously, the biggest elephant in the room is that they did have Chitin, right? And so, they did have games that they won. They
Mhm.
did have, a solid, kind of place in the standings. But,
Mhm.
obviously being comp ruled, doesn't help in terms of their games. But the fact that they're still able to, be middle of the pack but like, not like say middle of the pack, but in terms of points, not be too far off, I think it's like still good. They have like
Mhm.
solid players. But a lot of the recognition of these players, are coming from gold. So Yoi and Adam both used to be like long-standing gold players for
Mhm.
TA. Also, Corny like just recently, like he's coming back from a bit of like a kind of extended break where he hasn't touched competitive as much relative to others. I played with Corny before. He's a good jungler. I don't know much about their top and mid, but right now with the way this team is, I think they're good. I think that they're they're a decent team that will like surprise people.
Mhm.
But in terms of like the ability to kind of like raw like step it up, I think it'll definitely be a push for them, especially with how the comp ruling did affect them.
Mhm. Okay. Yeah, no, for sure. Definitely some hurdles I have to get over. Up next, though, we're gonna talk about Master McNasty, who is technically in sixth place at the moment. 4 and 5. Otter had them a little bit higher, but Nuffies, you had them fairly low on your rankings. So kind of tell me why you think this is one of the bottom 3 teams.
I just think that their drafts are bad. I don't think that they're mechanically that good. I mean, I watched a couple of their games. I was not very impressed. It's just tough, man. It just feels like
Mhm.
this this is one of those teams where it's like, yeah, it's a plat team. You know what I mean? Like when you go on this team, when you scrim them, you're like, okay, this is gonna be an easy week, guys. Like we're in scrims, we're chilling. Like we're like, oh, let's lock in Callista mid this game. You know what I mean? And you still win. It doesn't feel very good. You just locked in Callista mid. So just looking at it, I don't think one, they know how to draft. Two, I don't think that's like I think they need to make some roster adjustments. I think their bot lane is just non-existent. I don't think they have a bot lane. I think they're just like top side playing and praying to God they win top side. And like right now it's bot centric meta. So yeah, if they don't find a better bot lane, it's just done for them. I think overall.
All right, fair. And Jason, what are your thoughts on Master McNasty?
I mean, I think we could put the emphasis on the nasty part. But it's definitely like, yeah. I mean, the ranks like definitely like ranked is a very very important indicator, right? That's like with a team with like TE, we're saying okay, we can look up on them because they have a lot of games in, and so it's more about like them in terms of people and how they can adjust to how the game works. But when it comes to Mastering Nasty, they seem to have a good top jungle mid, but their bot lane definitely is the one that like raises alarm bells. Like, I mean, not that I can say much because I lost because I dropped a game to a silver player last week, but when you see a silver player, you start thinking about what picks you can play for fun. And if I were to play against Master McNasty, I would tell my ADC to lock in Callista.
Okay, fair. Right.
Callista seems to be the lock-in against this team, guys. Next week,
Apparently
whoever's
so.
playing against Master McNasty, just lock Callista. It just feels like a free win.
Oh,
Give her
really?
that win rate.
Up next, 3 and 5, First Class coming in as the 7th seed at the moment in this division. Nuffies, you have them slightly ahead of where they are currently. So why do you feel that they're better than the other two?
So other than the fact that GE is signing up to completely waste their money, and
Oh no.
and Matt McNasty is like bot side just non-existent. I feel like First Class at least has the pieces of like true players in each role. You know what I mean? Like these are players that if it was a 1v1 game, like yeah, sure, maybe they can like handle themselves against like someone the likes of Jason Crypt 5 in the mid lane.
Yeah, cheers,
but, like,
cheers, man.
when it comes to just like overall team play, I just feel like it's cool. Like I feel for them. Like, you know what I mean? Like
Mhm.
I love like when someone has their like little clan tag in front of their name, man. When I was like 12 years old, like playing COD, man, I would hope like a team would pick me up, you know what I mean? So I could like put that and be like, yeah, I'm
Mhm.
part of FaZe, you know what I mean? Like, it's cute. I mean, they're not very good, but it's cute.
Okay. All right. And how about you, Jason? What are your thoughts here?
Well, Nuffies, considering how the mid laner is like higher ranked than both of us.
Wait, is he?
Yes,
No way.
Yes, he's platinum 92.
I can't wait to hear this from the general chat.
Yeah, man. Lower elo mid laners talking trash. Cheers,
True.
but
Cheers.
I mean, it's definitely just like it gets to a certain point where you have like the distinction between like solo queue players and kind of just like competitive players. So last night I had to fill in for a scrim, and the people I filled in for, they had never played like any form of competitive before, and so like they were like getting all these like solo kills and like lane kills or whatever around me. Like that was like all really cool and stuff. But then the moment we got to like objective setups, like everything kind of just like started collapsing. So
Mhm.
you gotta ask the questions about like why this is happening, and kind of why you have like these like seemingly good players on paper who just can't perform.
All right, fair. And last but not least, it is 1 and 6, I believe. No, 0 and 6, right? Yeah, 0 and 6. Sorry. No, 1 and 6. I'm losing my mind. Apparently, GE Emerald. Nafis, you had them in last. Tell me
Okay. All right. Hold on. Before we start on the GE Emerald Flame,
why. Mm-hmm.
this is the second season I'm in BOL.
Okay.
I'm not necessarily a competitive I'm a fairly new BOL player, but this is the second season in a row I see GE Emerald at the very bottom. I'm going to make him an offer. Okay. Currently, I'm max contracted with New World Esports. Okay. I know this sounds like, because I'm playing for Dorado. I'm saying I'm max contracted. I'm only a loaner to Dorado. But GE Emerald has the most amazing opportunity of buying me out. I
Okay.
will accept a $100 a month deal to play for the Imperial Emerald team. I will leave Sigma and come and attempt to carry GE Emerald through this season. And for every month they pay me $100, I will keep trying to carry them. I will be the biggest GE Emerald stand. I'll even get some of my old Dare boys to come in. I'll pay them like $10 each, man, per game. It'll be the easiest clean sweep. Hey, but I'm costly, man. So yeah, they suck, bro. They're just so bad. Like it hurts, man. It hurts. Like just go ahead and just try to host tryouts and pick up some people that are like crazy good. Like try to fascinate people with your community. Like, you know what I mean? Like when you host the tryouts, like post them in like multiple servers and revamp your logo, make your logo look cooler, and then just like once they come into the community, greet them. Like offer them cookies and stuff, and then you could probably pick up like a player like Jason Crypt 5 who likes doing charity work for free, and then maybe Jason
true.
Crypt 5 will hit up Ek, and then suddenly you have JC mid, Ek jungle, and then suddenly maybe a top laner wants to play with them, and that's how you develop a team that's decent.
Okay. Jason, what are your thoughts on this team?
I mean, Duffy, you can go for free, man. Tough better, anyways.
Oh my god.
No, but I mean, I heard from him really when he was like talking to me, but apparently like this is like a school team or something, or really like, just a coach for them. So I think it's like, if it is like a school team or whatever, then quite frankly, I see no problem with kind of just letting them be last. They probably pay like mad tuition anyways, so waste the school's money.
Wait, pause. Hold on. This is so funny to me because I really just actually DM'd me this exact thing that you just said, right?
Yes, because he told me.
No. I did this exact same thing to like a college in Michigan that was playing in LHG. I don't know if you guys know what LHG is. That was Aegis before it was Aegis. There was a college team that was like based off of Flint, Michigan, and I'm like 4 hours or 5 hours from Flint. I said I'll drive, and if you give me a full tuition, I'll play for your team. So this is exactly it, bro. This is it.
There you go.
Did you end up playing for them?
No, I didn't. But to be honest, bro, listen, Iowa State, man, full tuition. I'm coming over, man. You don't even need to give me $100 a month.
There you go. All right, there's the deal. We are now gonna shift over to talk about the next division,
Yes.
which we have a little more knowledge of. It is Targon. Yeah, apologies on the confusion failure earlier. That actually was Shurima. We all got baited. But here we are. We're in Targon.
Wait,
And-
Shurima.
Mhm.
Mhm. Uh-huh.
I think one of the graphics on the roster sheet or something like that needed to be updated. But here we are, nonetheless. Confusion aside, let's talk about this division. Right up at the top, undefeated. It is Dorado Gaming Sigma, the undisputed number one in the power rankings. Nuffies, how does it feel?
Average. It feels very average. I feel like, except for the new game, which is our first week, and we played it with 2 subs, I feel like the rest of our teams the rest of our matches have been. I'm going to use a phrase that we refer to in Dorado as Mickey Mouse. It is in fact one of the most Mickey Mouse Playhouse series so far that we've had. I'm really praying that the Elysium Blaze plus XG ones are going to be way better because honestly, at this point, like I'm kind of tired of my top laner ego picking. I'm kind of tired of my jungler going like for pentakills in the middle of a game.
Okay.
I'm kind of tired of my AD carry falling asleep, man. My support is yelling like weird stuff, man. I just want them to focus up, man. I want it to stop being for fun. I'm getting real tired.
All
Because
right.
who has to pick the real champion when all four of them lock in some troll stuff? Yeah, me, man. Me. Cheers, Vigar. Game 2 against GP Oranges, man. I can't, man. I can't. I could have played Zed. I could
Can
have
you
played
play
Zed.
Twitch mid?
What?
Can you play Twitch mid?
Yeah, no. Yeah. Yes. Okay. All right. Point taken.
Cheers.
Cheers.
All right, fair enough. Okay, well, Jason, what are your thoughts on Toronto Gaming Sigma?
I mean, quite frankly, I have to agree with Nuffies. The rest, like, I'm honestly, well, I mean, like, it kind of goes. This is a systemic thing, but I was like already kind of sad because we had two sister teams paired in the same group when there are only two groups. So I feel like we shouldn't have been in the same group with like Sigma in the first place. But obviously, you know, that's something that's kind of like, you know, like settled already. So I can't really like complain anymore. I think our games against New were close, granted that they did have subs, but I feel like it's also like kind of a scheduling timing thing where it's unfortunate. Like I feel like if we played them later on into the split, we have I would feel like we have a lot better of a chance, even if they had their full starters. But quite frankly, Sigma definitely, you know, they look really strong. They're a really good team, and they're definitely like the team to beat for me in my eyes. And I think, you know, as much as Nuffies was ordering food, in the middle of lane phase playing against me, I still feel like I gave him my best shot. I think I made it competitive when I was at least playing Ace in game 1. But yeah, you know, Sigma definitely looking like the best team right now. Like I expect to see them in finals against
Okay.
me, of course.
All right. Up next, we're going to talk about Elysium Blazers. They are, I guess, tied for one of the second seed spots at the moment. Nuffies, what are your thoughts on this team?
Elysium Blaze. Yeah, their AD carry is an absolute stud. Yeah, their mid laner is just like someone who can like stalemate any mid lane matchup, which is like fantastic because that role means absolutely nothing. Their support isn't that bad as well. Their jungler, he plays for his AD carry, which is like completely necessary for this team. Yeah, that's it. That's anyone who needs to be talked about on that team. But they're not bad. Yeah, they're for sure not bad. I think that finally my bot lane will have some competition. In a sense, they'll have some competition. We'll see what happens. Oh, actually, wait, hold on. My main AD carry might not be there. Matt might not be there for the.
Matt's scared.
So yeah, actually, you heard it here first, folks. Idris, if you're listening, Matt G is scared of you. He literally sat there in Sigma chat, like shaking in his boots, scared of you. He's like, no,
I have to play Idris. No.
He called his work in front of all of us. He forgot to mute his mic, and he was like, "Please schedule me for Tuesday. Please schedule me for Tuesday. I need closing shift."
Yeah, he's the Best Buy certified specialist in failure, it seems.
All right. Just anything you'd like to add with Elysium Blaze here?
I mean, honestly, I think I disagree with Nuffies. I think Idris is like the only human on their team.
I said that in a nice way, bro. Come on.
I mean, I don't know. Like my Azir is not that good, and I could pick it and go like 9-5 or something. And like second game, they let me get my signature champ, the Annie, and I kind of dunked on them. But I think like honestly, if Idris doesn't get ahead, like it's not looking that good. OP kill switch, like I don't know. I don't think he like plays for stalemate. I think it's like, he's conceding after turn 5 because I played against him and I just wasn't impressed at all. Like,
Okay.
And that's like a recurring theme for most of the mid laners in my group.
All right.
Except for
All right.
Nuffies, of course. Nuffies is surely the greatest, the GOAT.
No, stop. Don't do this.
Yeah.
Up next, Degenerate Exiles. Like one of those teams that are currently tied, 6-30, 19 points on the scoreboard right now. Nuffies, what are your thoughts on them? You kind of have them pretty much middle of the pack.
Who? XG or
No, Degenerate
Sorry.
Exiles.
Oh, generic. Yeah, they lost to Twitch mid. I mean, I think that's enough said, guys. Is there much more we should talk about? Okay, I'll give them the respect they deserve. I think their jungler is frankly a little bit suspicious, man. You know, a little bit of a suspicious platinum character there. The rest of them, their bot lane is pretty standard. I feel like their bot lane is a pretty standard bot lane. I feel like their mid laner should be replaced. I feel like this guy is when I played against him is like I just felt like he doesn't play the role at all. It's like weird to me. Like he should like if he didn't trade with me when he needed to. He traded with me when he shouldn't be trading. He's like taking like bad roams or he's not taking any roams at all when he could be roaming.
Mhm.
It just wasn't it wasn't looking good for them. And then I don't know what happened top lane. I don't really pay attention to top laners. Slew just kind of slams all of them. But in the second game, he did get kind of railed by this Mordekaiser. Maybe he then coped and said Fiora was a really bad champion. I don't know. This team is very stock standard. I think that this team is very consistent, most likely, in their games that in their match history. From when we played against them, they have very clear weaknesses. So
Okay.
it's very easy to triumph them.
Do you think this is a like a mid-tier kind of like
I think
playoff bound team, or
I will put this. Degenerate Exiles got really unlucky because if they were on the other side of the bracket, they would be 1 or 2. That's just it. It just happens. I feel like every team in our division, even I would argue up to XG, can literally slot into the other side and be the number 2 team on a good day.
Okay. Jason, what are your thoughts on Degenerate Exiles here?
Well, I play them next week, and hearing Nuffy saying that their mid laner needs to be replaced makes me really happy because I cannot wait to farm points and improve my player ranking.
Okay. All right.
Like, oh, and I forgot to say, but Elysium plays. We 2-0'd them, so I'm pretty sure that would put us like ahead in terms of head-to-head. I don't know why we're 4th, but I can't wait to solidify actually being 2nd place in the group after Tuesday.
All right. All right. Up next, it is Dorado Gaming New. Nuffies, go ahead and talk about this team a little bit.
I think they had a very rough start. Had some things, but I sat in on their comms once and in their drafts, and I mean, I think they'll be fine. I have nothing bad to say about New in the form of their players.
Mhm.
One, because I don't have any disrespect towards any of them, but I don't have anything like spectacular to say about them either. Because if New has a bad day, I mean, my power ranking is very nice if they have a bad day, if that makes sense. Like if all 5 players don't show up, which is very possible, right? At some point, they could lose in the first playoffs round, right? But the minute they play at 80%, they're better than everyone else in the league except for us.
Okay, so you kind of put their high at 2nd. Where would you put their low then?
They're low.
I would put us last. I would put our low at last, man. Honestly.
Okay.
I mean, the team that showed up against us week 1 would lose to, I would think, Degenerates, Elysium, New World, and even Shadow Z because they get tilted after losing 1 game to a Doki team. So, yeah. Oh, and Oblivion, and maybe even TE. Yeah. So around the 6th mark,
Okay.
7th mark. Yeah, I don't see it going lower than that. I don't know about XG. Like XG talked a lot, and I like Improvise. Really good, like really fun to banter with Improvise and chat with Improvise. But I don't know how his team actually is realistically. I can't put my finger on it if we're gonna talk about them next. But yeah, in terms of New, 2 to 7 is very reliable, and if they're at 100%, they'll really contest us, or they'll attempt to really contest us. We'll see.
All right, Jason, how do you feel your team kind of stacks up within this division?
We dropped the game to CB Rangers, man. Like, in no form. Like, I mean, I guess I'll talk about CB Rangers like later, but I think like the worst, I think the biggest glaring hole that New has whenever like we're like either in scrims or in game day or whatever is we just lose to ourselves. Like
Okay.
we'll just like, so I'm like, well, game one against Sigma, I'm like going crazy on the ASOL, and then like I just turn my brain off. Like it's like fully my fault like that. I like probably grease the play at the end, get picked off, and like that causes us to lose. But like if I like actually was playing like a human, we can take a game off Sigma in week one. I think that definitely 100% when everyone is sharp, like we are able to contest Sigma. And I feel like the standard that we need to hold ourselves to is the fact that we should be finishing second. So stuff like dropping a game to CB Rangers is very, very disappointing. I think not being able to take a game off of Sigma is also, a bit unfortunate. But
Mhm.
I think, we have a very, very clear kind of, style on how we want to play. We have a lot of help in terms of, getting us like prepared and ready. It's really a matter of fact of just like, can people actually perform, or like can people actually step up, because we have good players in every role. It's really just like, can we actually like play human, like can we like actually like talk or speak. Like I think a lot of the problems are really not like a mechanical thing, it's really just like a mental and kind of brain approach to it. Like because I know for Ek and I, we're on another team, and we've only lost like one series, and that was a final series. And like we're still like undefeated in like Aegis right now. So I'm very confident in like myself and his ability, because we together like we're very good pairing. We've been playing for like almost half a year together now, and there's like a very, very clear kind of way, or an understanding, like a mutual understanding between the two of us on how the game can be played. So it's really just like making sure we like actually decide to show up, we actually decide to like focus up or perform well, or we're just kind of being responsible for ourselves.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So next team, XG Lightning. Austin put them in second. Unfortunately, they're not here to defend that. So we're gonna start off with new fees.
I like I said, I don't really know. I don't really know what their problem is. They came into this season and they were kind of like very excited to play, and they were ranked number one. Yeah, it didn't really. It was like, okay, these guys are putting up a fight. They're bantering, and then out of nowhere they just like started faltering pretty badly. I can't really tell exactly what's causing them to play bad. I think that their their support is a little off role. Maybe they're a couple of off role players. Maybe they're just getting used to each other. Maybe their honeymoon phase is over. I don't know, man. I kind of want them to be better by the time they face us.
Okay. What do you thought, Jason?
I mean, the immediate impression is I am pretty sure like I tuned into the BOL stream and I saw Improvise like fail like E flash on Taric like 2 times, and I thought like, wow, this team sucks. But I don't know, like I feel like the preseason power rankings were not really a good place to base anything off of, purely because they had like new higher rank than Sigma. And as much as I'm confident in myself and my team, I like, if I'm like someone who's like aware of like the names of players on that team, like I would rank Sigma higher than new. So I wouldn't really base it off of like any of like ranking that sort. It's really just like, if they have solid players on paper, I guess it's really just, play style or how like people choose to communicate. I think a very big thing is like, for teams that have expectations for themselves, it's really like the rank and like the mechanical ability that matters less, and it's more of like, are you actually smart enough to do what you like say? Because a lot of times teams will, okay guys, let's pick a scaling comp, and then at like 15 minutes there's like 8 kills already, or like 12 kills or something like that. So it's really like about like the player, about like your own mentality and that sort of thing. I don't know why Austin decided to rank them second.
I think it's because they talk. I think when people don't pay attention to the other side of the bracket, which is like what I was about to do, was rank the team who shows up to chat more, right? So it's like, if I thought about it, then I would just rank Master McNasty at 2, right? Because Bozo Bongo or whatever his name is just shows up to chat, right? But since Improvise just does not stop talking, which I love it. I love it. Honestly, it's the best thing. Like, thank God someone is talking, right? But like at the same time, it doesn't mean that he's like has the second best team. You know, after the 8-0 team. You know what I mean?
Okay. Up next, we are going to talk about CB Rangers. So, Nuffy's give me the rundown on that.
I put them below XG. I think this is a full gold team that's like got yeeted from gold, right? This is it. Like, this is it. So they're probably really good, then much better than a plat team that's not composed or not like good. But they're definitely worse than a full plat team that is composed. And
Okay.
that's my take on CP Rangers. I think that New dropping a game to them. I think XG also dropped a game to them. It's just like they probably showed up to the game and they were like, yeah, I don't really respect these guys. Like they all look pretty bad on paper, and then just lost forwards. That's why they're getting their games off of. If they beat someone, it was probably the teams below them, right? So it's teams that are very disorganized, don't have anything going for them.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Up next, it is GP's Oranges.
Oh.
Jason, give me the rundown on GP's Oranges.
Let's see. Let me go pull up GP's Oranges. I mean, they are. I haven't had the opportunity to play them. But the fact that they're winless means that I'm gonna start thinking about maybe picking Yasuo or picking like Zed for fun.
Okay.
Cause I mean like I didn't get to talk about like CB Rangers, but like like us dropping a game to like CB Rangers was like definitely us like switching off, which was like a little bit unfortunate. But I guess like with GP Oranges, like playing like teams which definitely are like much lower in the standings is like still a good test purely because you can measure whether or not you're like switched on or like if like the fact that you're ready to play. And I think it's like just you don't let complacency settle in because if they're like they still show up to play, which means that they have something to play for, and yeah, like just making sure you're switched on against any team.
All right. Fair enough. Anything else you'd like to add about GP's Oranges, or are we going next?
I don't have anything to add again. I mean,
Okay.
you didn't ask me the question, but to be honest, my game against them, I didn't really, I don't really think that they were. I think they were struggling.
Got you.
I
Okay.
think it's very clear that they were struggling. I don't know what they can fix.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. Jason, you haven't played them, right?
No, not yet.
Yeah, I don't know what to do. I think this is a rebuild.
It's doomed.
Yeah, just scrap and rebuild.
Okay.
Same with G Emerald.
Yeah, last time we're going to talk about it is Mystic Cats Black, who have previously been pretty successful within Blue Otter League, but their Platinum team this season has really been struggling. So, Jason, what are your thoughts on this team?
I mean, it's definitely, I guess, like another kind of coordination thing. On paper, the players like seemed fine. I know like playing against them or like playing against like their mid laner, like early game, like everything seemed okay. But then the moment we got to like team fights and stuff, they kind of just like disintegrated. It was like cotton candy and water. Just like kind of fell apart, nowhere to be found.
Okay, fair. All right. Are we good to head over and talk about predictions now? Everyone good on all the power rankings?
Sure.
Yep, sure.
All right. Let's start talking about predictions. And the first matchup we're going to talk about, it is Master McNasty up against Shadow Z Palat. Newfies, you went with Shadow Z Palat.
Yeah, okay,
Why?
This is my hot take of the session.
Okay.
Even though I am a new world player, and even though I put them at first, I think there is some sort of conflict. There's something I know that the players of Shadow Z don't know.
Okay.
They have what's the word for it? They're having like some roster troubles. So they're having roster troubles at the very moment, and I think that Shadow Z is just too cheesy of a team to lose right now. Like to them. Yeah, it's gonna be really rough if they don't get a couple of things settled before the game. That's all I gotta say. I'm not gonna obviously I'm not gonna expose what's wrong, right? So there's some let's just say Shadow Z has the advantage this week.
Okay. What are your thoughts here, Jason?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we just spent like a good amount of time like just talking about how like we rank them. And I feel like in
Mhm.
terms of just pure ranking power, Shadow Z are better for sure.
Oh, you think
Yep.
so? Against New World?
I
No,
think
wait, Shadow Z are playing
you're
Master
on
with
week
Master.
6. Yeah, you're on week 6, by the way. I think.
Yeah, it's a better matchup than you think, Jason.
I'm looking at week 5. Is it not?
No, you're right. No, yeah, Nuffy's you're 1 week ahead of yourself, I think.
Oh, am I?
Yeah,
thought
yeah,
that-
yeah.
Yes, you're trolling, man. I thought you were tripping.
Who are they against?
The Dragons
Shadow
Master
Z are playing
McNasty.
Master McNasty.
Oh my god, bro.
No, that's all good. At least we know week 6 your prediction now.
Okay. So yeah, so the TE Abyss game. That's the one I was thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shadow Z versus who then?
Master
Master
McNasty.
McNasty.
Yeah, they suck. I mean, obviously they're gonna win.
Okay. All right, fair. We'll go next. New World Esports Orion up against TE Abyss. And go ahead and kind of recap what you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I think yeah. Oh, never mind. I agree. This is going to be a closer game than I anticipated Shadow Z
Mhm.
being with it, but I do think that it still will go down to Orion's pretty bad at drafting. They're not in the correct headspace, in my opinion, and they're just gonna end up losing.
Okay.
Maybe they'll. I do believe that they're better players for sure, like in New World, but they're
Mhm.
just at the moment. I don't believe that they're gonna win this, but they're gonna win. You know, the division that they're in.
Okay. What are your thoughts here, Jason, on this matchup?
Well, I mean, Nuffy's knows more about it than I do, so I'm inclined to
Mhm.
trust his opinion here.
Okay.
Pretty smart man. Reason why I picked him up as a substitute for my Aegis team.
All
You
right. All right. Up next, G Emerald and TA Capybara. Nuffy's, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean TA Capybara. I mean, there's no thought. Like I don't want to keep beating the
Mhm.
dead horse that is GE Emerald.
Okay, fair. Jason, any objection to that prediction?
Not really. I mean, one team one team sucks, one team isn't that good, but isn't that good sounds a whole lot nicer than sucks. So
Okay, fair. Up next, Oblivion Esports Ruby up against First Class. And Austin went with First Class, but Austin unfortunately is not here. So Nuffy's, you went with Oblivion. Give me the rundown here.
Yeah, there's just bot lane. It's just gonna be a bot lane diff. It's gonna be really tough for them to combat that, and that's it. I think that itself is enough to. I think that in itself is enough to tilt it.
Okay, fair. Jason, what are your thoughts on this best of 3 matchup between these two teams?
I think that's valid. I think the bot lane definitely especially in this meta. So that's definitely gonna be showcased a lot more.
Okay. Well, we kind of blew through stream of predictions, so let's kind of head over to Targon. And it helps when there's only 2 of you discussing them, and it looks like you both, Nuffy's and Austin, have the exact same predictions for Targon. So right off the bat, it is Dorado Gaming New up against Degenerate Exiles. So Nuffy's kind of lead us off with how your team is feeling heading into this best of 3.
So new is Jason's team. So do you want?
Oh, sorry, yeah, my apologies, Jason. Sorry.
How do you think you're
yeah.
gonna do?
I mean, if we don't 2-0, I will be disappointed in myself because I am aware of my quality. I think I don't know. I think it's literally just I'm treating every week as we just win and to get in the mindset for playoffs. Their mid laners champ pool looks like I mean it is a champ pool, and I am excited to play against it because I know that it'll be very fun to practice Jace again.
All right. Okay. And Duffy's, what are your thoughts here on this BO3?
I think that if anything happens, it would be that they. Okay, I actually don't want to reveal the strats. I know how Degenerates should win. Okay.
Okay.
Do I think they know how they should win? No. So.
Okay.
yeah.
You not gonna tell me Nuffies?
I'll tell Jason afterwards how they're gonna win.
Yeah,
Okay.
So they have to avoid that at all costs. But
of course.
I don't think Degenerates knows how they're gonna win, and they're gonna they're gonna think the opposite of what I think. They're gonna act on it, get stalemated, and lose in late game, and that's it.
All right. Up next, we're going to be talking about GP's Oranges and XG Lightning as they face off in their best of 3 next week. Is there any chance, Jason, that we see an upset here and GP's Oranges come out with the W?
No.
Okay, just straight up no.
No. I think if XG are talking as much as they do and they even drop a game to GP's Oranges, I don't think they should type in general chat
Okay.
anymore.
I
Ooh,
agree.
All right.
Yep, this is a take I agree with. I think Improvise needs to stop talking in Gen Chat and start straight talking in his own chat. Like
All
that
right.
that's how I view it, because if he doesn't 2-0 GP Oranges while troll picking, yeah, I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. Up next, now it is Elysium Blaze up against Toronto Gaming Sigma. And we asked Jason the same question earlier, so we're going to ask it to you. Heading into this game up against Elysium Blaze, how confident is your team?
My team is very confident. Jason alluded to them being Idris in 4 wards. I
Mhm.
think that is a very true statement. I think it is in fact Idris in 4 wards.
All right.
As much as they might not agree, as much as OP kill switches stats will disagree as well, I do think that they're all just praying to God he carries every single game.
Okay. Jason, what are your thoughts on this best of 3 matchup?
If OP kill switch's stats are 4th in the league and I clattered him in lane, I feel like I should be higher up. So I feel like Nuffy's is gonna have a field day. I think I'll go even as to say, if Nuffy's plays like he did, like he does usually, I feel like he will go first in player rating.
Okay.
My team egos me, man. Cheers. There's no way I'm getting first.
Don't worry, Maggi will probably get 2v2 killed and then he's gonna start
No,
clinging to your-
he's not there. Remember, he pussied out. My own AD carry, man.
Oh, no.
Cheers.
right. Up next, the last matchup we're going to be talking about for the Platinum League, it is CB Rangers up against Mystic Cats Black. Now, this is the 6th and 8th teams in the league, one of the closest matchups. Is there a chance, Jason, that Mystic Cats Black can walk away with their first series victory next?
No. I mean,
Okay.
they're Speedy Rangers' jungle is pretty good. I've played with him in the past before, and I was impressed. I think as long as the rest of their team just decides to play well, play smart enough, and let Rangers jungle decide tempo, I think with how comparing how Mystic Cats played, I don't think it'll be that close.
Okay. All right. And how about you, Nuffies?
I did say CB Rangers was gonna win, huh?
You did.
I'm gonna change that. I think Mystic Cats are gonna win. I think
Think
Mystic
they get
Cats.
the upset? All right.
I think that's well, I hope.
They're tired of
actually.
losing.
Yeah, I think they're tired of losing. I think Cornstar losing again would be the most painful thing in the world for him. I don't think he'll let himself lose this next one.
All right. Do you think this is the turnaround of the Mystic Cats Black season, or do you think this is just one of the games that they're able to pick up for now?
I think this is one of the games they'll pick up. Is it 5 or 6 that go to playoffs? If it's 6, I think they'll slide into playoffs. I think at 5 it'll be tough, right?
Okay.
Let me just double check real quick. Yeah, at 5 it's tough. But I think they can go to 6th. I think
Okay.
if they, I think they're happy if they finish 6th, because what in my head, if I'm Cornstar, because I think Cornstar's one of the only returning players. In my head, I'm just like, we had such a bad season so far. I mean, if we even get this placing, it'd be good. I think that's what they should aim for.
Okay. Fair enough. All right. Well, thank you all for coming out. Appreciate the e-sub here, Jason. I hope you both have a wonderful evening. We're going to throw to a quick break, and when we are back, it's Blue Otter League Otter Talk for the Gold League.
We see the world in a cold light. It isn't much, but
All right, we're back with Otter Talk for the Gold League. I'm Trax, and joining us is Dark Belby. Unfortunately, Mini Beast stubbed their toe and stepped on some Legos, has to go to the hospital, so they won't be with us. And Sir Jackson and our wonderful producer Pop Tart. Start off at the top. Belby, how you doing? And feel free to introduce yourself.
Howdy, I'm doing pretty good. I'm Belby. I'm the mid laner for TE Phantasm in the Ionia division. Famously known for being one of the worst mid laners in the league. Look me up, bottom of the rankings. It will definitely stay that way. Pay no attention. Yeah, having a good one.
All right. And Sir Jackson, we're having a wonderful evening. Go ahead and introduce yourself to our audience.
Yeah, hello, Sir Jackson. Play for CB Shield, currently 4-0, by exception jungler, and yeah. This
All right. Up next, TDS Dark. How you doing? And go ahead and let everyone know who you are as well.
I'm doing great. And obviously, by the name, I play for TDS Knights. We're in Noxus division right now, and I'm the ADC for them.
All right. Well, we have a lot of gold to cover, so let's just kind of jump right into it with power rankings. Because we have so many teams, if we see a lot of power rankings who have, the similar rankings, we'll kind of briefly go over that so we don't have everyone saying the same thing over and over. But right away, looking at the power rankings, it is going to be pretty much that scenario. It looks like across the board, for the most part, the top 3 teams are pretty consistent. So right off the bat, CB Shield, number 1, obviously sitting undefeated right now. So Belby, give me the rundown as to why this is the best team or the team to beat in Demacia.
Well, CB Shield, for the most part, has looked like, absolutely unstoppable in most of their games. And, I place a large part of that just on, the strength of their top laner and on their bot lane. They're cracking it up all over the board. And, it's just, it feels like a 1A and 1B, but Conduit to me felt like just ever so slightly the worst team. Just looking back, it seems like Shield's games have been a lot more dominant.
All right. And I don't know if you hear that, but I believe there's someone knocking at the door. So it's actually Mini Beast. Welcome, Mini Beast.
Welcome. Thank you guys for having me.
Yeah, go ahead and give us a quick introduction as to who you are, who you play for, what position you play, so the audience knows.
Okay. I'm a jungler for Going Ghost. Been part of Going Ghost for about 2 years now. I've been competing for a really long time.
Right.
As far as I can remember. I was back in Bronze. I'm not sure if you guys remember when they would do those ARAM tournaments, but I used to do those back in the day.
All right. Well, glad to have you. So we're going over power rankings right now in Demacia.
Absolutely.
So CB Shield obviously at the top. We're gonna now go to Sir Jackson here. Obviously, you're on this team. What are your thoughts as to how you feel? How do you view the rest of your competition so far in this league?
I feel like we got the Grace division, or how did they say it? I don't know.
It's called the Group of Life. Is that what you're saying?
Group of Life. Yeah. Group of Life. It felt pretty good. Teams practiced a lot. We played against Conduit and scrims and stuff. We feel pretty confident. Yeah, we're probably the best in our division.
All right, fair enough. And let's go, I guess, since everyone kind of went with CB Shield, we're going to keep that one a little bit brief to 2, kind of same with Conduit, since it's pretty much everyone saying the same thing. So, Dark, you're going to be up next. Conduit, Esports Goblins coming in, impressive 8-2 right now. What makes them the number 2 team in the division?
Well, I think they're pretty close to being number 1, but as somebody already pointed out about CB Shield, which I won't say it again, that they're very strong individually in lanes. But Conduit, I think, work really good as a team. From a very low sample size that I've seen from them, I think even if they fall behind early on, because I think the only game the only series that I saw was against TSF Revolution, who's pretty down the list. So
Mhm.
they did fall off like a little bit early on, but then they were able to not only come back, came back very strong, and their team fights just generally look really good to me. So second place is what I would think they would end up in the playoffs, not just like this week's power ranking.
Okay. Fair enough. And Mini Beast, you also slotted Conduit at the number 2 spot. So give me the rundown as to why.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've played Conduit Esports Goblins and Scrims and things like that. They were a pretty strong team against us. And obviously their games have been pretty solid. The match history reports, pretty quick games, pretty quick wins. So they seem pretty good.
Okay. Fair enough. So we're going to hop into the third team now. And we're going to throw it over to Dark. Dark, you've slotted Hyperion Gaming Heretics as your number 3 seed. So walk me through that thought process.
I think Hyperion and like the 3, 4, 5, in my opinion, is pretty similar. So it was hard for me to like put one over the other, to be honest with you. But Hyperion so far has, like, I was just looking over the match results and everything, and they've had really good games. So I feel like they have the little edge over the other 5 teams that's like in their division, and obviously the top 2 teams are like, I don't think they can be beat. So that's why I posted them at third.
All right, fair enough. And Belby, you've slotted an RCG Abyssal Nightmare as the only individual to slot them in at the number 3 seed. So kind of tell me why you put them a little bit higher than everyone else has.
Yeah, so I've slotted some of these as a like some of them are like this is a week to week for me, right? And
for sure.
and
Yeah,
what
that's
I
fine.
foresee right here is that so I kind of want to jump a little bit down the chart actually,
Okay.
because Hyperion and Genesis, I both like. I think Hyperion is going to tilt more after their loss, and I think Genesis is on the up and up. So that
Okay.
leaves the third slot open for the next closest team, which would be RCG, right?
All right.
And so that was my kind of read on it, was that Hyperion is on the way down and Tenebris is not yet there. And so therefore RCG is the team that for now is the third best team.
Okay. Yeah. All right. No, fair enough. The next team we are going to talk about, we're going to throw it back over to Sir Jackson because you've slotted Piltover Poke significantly higher than everyone else has at number 4. So what do you see that the others perhaps don't in this team?
So I played against Piltover Pokes. We had a 2-0 series against them. I think it all comes down. I think their draft is a little coin flip, but when they get the draft they like, I think they can do very well and be very organized. I think they're just like a worse Hyperion, in my opinion.
Okay.
But yeah, they're good.
All right. Now we're going to go back. We're kind of went back and forth kind of talking about this power ranking, so bear with me here. Dark, you've disagreed with where Belby put RCG Abyssal Nightmare. You put them towards the mid to like later back half of that middle pack. So why do you feel that RCG Abyssal Nightmare should be a lower ranked team here?
On the pure basis of how the games have gone for TE so far, and I think they had a roster change, which was, I think, would be really good for them, in my opinion. So they've had a good, like, not a great start of the season, obviously, as everybody knows. I think they're second last at the moment in standings. But I think with the games going forward, every team getting more time together, I think TE is going to outshine the rest. But I don't think they're over. Sorry. Somebody.
No, go ahead. I think someone disagrees with you, and we'll go to them right after you, though.
Okay, yeah. So I think they will eventually like even out and go like middle of the pack, in my opinion.
Okay. And who was that might have disagreed? I don't know.
No, my bad. I got very excited because I got excited about the point. TE straight, yeah. I think straight up by the end of the split, TE is actually gonna be the third best team in this division. Like
Okay.
I just think it'll take a little bit longer for them to click. That was my read on it.
Okay, got you. No, that's fair. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, anyone think TE is going to potentially drop upcoming?
I don't think they're gonna drop. I think it kind of depends. However, just from their match history, I don't think they've played against any impressive teams.
Okay.
However, I do think they'll be like. I think they're a good-willed team. I think they'll do what it takes to win. But just based off of the history, I don't think they're too impressive.
All right. And we're going to throw this one to Mini Beast, following up on where Sir Jackson put Piltover Pokes at number 4. You disagree, and with the rest of the channel in here, you've kind of put them towards the back end of that power ranking. So what makes you put them so low here?
I'm gonna be honest. I think that this division is like just super top heavy. I think it's just like Conduit and CB were like the only really impressive teams for me that I've seen. I haven't really looked at Piltover as anything that was impressive yet. Whereas like the top 2 teams, I think are just like head and shoulders above the rest in their division.
Okay. All right. We're gonna now go to. Let's talk about TSF Retribution. And we're going to go right back to Mini Beast because Delby put them in last. Sir Jackson and Dark put them in second to last. But you have put them in the 5th spot. So kind of walk me through why you feel that they deserve to be that high up.
Yeah, I think that they've had some really competitive series. You know, you can see map kind of 3 to 4. You know, obviously they've lost 2 and 1-1, but you know, I think that at the end of the day, like they've had a really competitive series, and you know, I think that they have the potential to be better than where they're at in the standings. But at the end of the day, you know, it just comes down to like them like clutching up in their games that matter. But it seems like to me that they've had a really close series.
All right. Obviously, Belby, you kind of disagree with this sentiment as you have ranked TSF Retribution dead last in your power rankings. So kind of walk me through as to why you feel that they are the worst team in this division.
Yeah, so some of it I think is based off of, you know, in gold generally I feel like teams are a little bit more susceptible to tilt. And like I think losing that close series against Genesis, who I think a lot of people would have underrated, right? Like, you know, that may not have picked up on the roster change going forward. I think that might tilt them a little bit. And, like, I just foresee the next couple of games being rough for them. Like, it should be kind of pivotal.
Okay. Fair. We're going to talk about CB Masquerade, but I think the last kind of big point that we need to take a look at is Mini Beast putting in PE dead last in your power rankings, when I think a lot of people here kind of agree that they have the potential to surge later on in the season. Do you disagree with that?
Not necessarily. I think what I've seen so far has not been impressive. I think we can all agree on that. But I think at the end of the day, they can obviously improve as the season goes along. I think this was more for this week than like as like an overall.
All right. Up next, we're gonna talk about CB Masquerade. So we're gonna throw it up to Sir Jackson. One of the teams within your organization kind of struggling to get traction so far in the league. What are your thoughts on this team?
I just don't think they have a player that can like uplift them, if that makes sense.
Okay.
I think most of these teams have like a player that kind of holds things together for them, and I don't think they have that.
Okay, fair enough. And Dark, you also put them dead last in your rankings. Similar sentiment, or is there something else you'd like to add here?
I think mostly similar sentiment. I don't really see anybody in their like squad that has the potential to potentially 1v9 and bring them back from I think the last place they are in standings right now. Also the other CB team is pretty high, so they can only be one CB team in the tops, right?
Fair. All right. Well, that's going to do it for the Demacia division. Let's throw it over to the next. I believe we're going to be talking about Noxus. They could throw me a curveball and give me Ionia. But it is going to be Ionia.
Nice.
It's all good. It was like a 50-50, you know?
Flipping coins, baby. Flipping
Yeah.
coins.
It's all good. Yeah, so Ionia is up next, and this is where it starts to get a little different in the power rankings. Maybe we thought in Demacia it was a little more top heavy, but not quite the scenario here. So right off the bat, let's talk about, I guess, the top rated team at the moment through 3 individuals. Let's go with Going Ghost. And obviously, no bias here, but Mini Beast, what makes you feel that your team is the best team in this division?
I'm going to stay as objective as possible.
Okay.
So at the end of the day, we have not lost the series. We've only dropped
Mhm.
one map. And obviously there's been a lot of things that have happened for us, a lot of things that we just can't really control.
Mhm.
I think everyone knows about that. So, it sucks that those things have happened. But we have worked really, really hard over the past 2 to 3 months with the rosters and roster changes and everything. And I think that, we have the coaching staff, we have everything in place for us to be a top team. We have the players that can all be top players in this league. So I feel really confident in the fact in saying that we're a top team, not just because, hey, I'm on the team, but also because, again, I think we just have everything in place to be the top team.
Okay.
And I think we would be head and shoulders above everyone else right now if those unfortunate things did not happen.
All right. Well, obviously, 2 other individuals agree with you, but Sir Jackson, you disagree. You've slotted Gun Ghost as the number 3 spot. So why do you feel that they are the 3rd seed at the moment?
So, I think this is a really fun division. I actually was kind of hoping to get placed in this division. I think a lot of fun teams to play against. I recognize a lot of people on Little Monkeys, Chinese Spy, talking about super heavy top blind divisions. I think Chinese Spy is really good. I think I've seen Zoomer. I just think they have a really powerful team. And I've scrimmed against Ghost. I know they're a good team. I just, I don't know. I think I don't know who got comp rolled, but I think it's really hard to pick up a random player, not a random, but a new player in the midst of the split. So,
Okay, yeah, that's fair. All right. The next team we're going to talk about, it is going to be the Literal Monkeys. So, Dark, you've slotted the Monkeys in as the number 2 seed in your power ranking. So, walk me through as to why they're there.
Just to start off this division is probably I have the least knowledge about. So going from what little I know about the teams and the players, obviously Going Ghost has been around forever, and they do have different players right now, but they, in my opinion, can very well be the first in the division. That's why I put them there. Literal Monkeys, however, I don't know anything about them other than Chinese Spy, for them, the top laner who was in Aegis last split that we played in. So just on the basis of me not knowing the other teams as much, maybe Conduit, but not knowing the other teams as much, I put Little Monkeys second. Not really objective, but yeah.
Okay. Belby, you put them in 4th. So why do you feel that this is the middle of the pack team?
Yeah, okay. So without getting too in depth, we have now played, as Phantasm, the other top teams, and we have had a scrim against Literal Monkey. One of them was and maybe they just run it in scrims, but one of them was incredibly easy. And so I placed them against the other top teams that we had played, and I just went, well, both Hydra and Going Ghost were closer series for us, having played all 3 of these teams. That that I didn't think that they were as strong as the rest of the, opposition.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. That's a good transition, though, because the next team that we are going to be talking about, it is Mythical Esports Hydra. Sir Jackson, you've slotted them at the number 2 seed. So, what makes you feel that they're that high up there?
I just think overall, I don't know how long they've been playing together or anything like that, but I think they just have some really strong players. Like individually, I think that's just kind of the team they are. I think they're going to look for hands gaps most games. I think they have a really good scaling bot lane. I think most gold games go pretty long as well, unless there's just, as I said before, a huge hands gap. So I think I see them actually going far.
Okay. We're going to switch gears for a second. We will come back to Mythical Esports Hydra, but we are now going to talk about TE Phantasm and obviously address the elephant in the room. Mini Beast, you've put them very low compared to the rest of everyone here. So what makes you rate TE Phantasm so low here?
Yeah, I believe we played them. Was it last week or the week before?
Week before, yeah.
Week
was our game.
before. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. It didn't impress me too much. We had a lot of problems going on with the team during that time, and we were still able to kind of pull out the win that we were obviously looking for. And if they can't beat us when we have all of that stuff going on, then I just don't see a world where they beat us ever.
All right.
So that's kind of just this. I just am not very high on them personally.
Okay. All right.
Brutal.
Fair. I mean,
I gotta come out with the hot takes,
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's about the content.
If everyone just said the same thing, it'd be boring,
Right.
No, that's the beautiful thing about Power Rankings. They are all your opinion, right? So if maybe it was a really bad week for them, or maybe that you saw a side of the team that other people have not seen yet, and that's why they ranked that low for you. It could be anything, right? That's the cool thing about Power Rankings and what we like to see on Blue Otter. So we're going to throw it now back to Dark. Because Dark, you have two teams combined for third place here, and then a gap later on. So kind of give me the breakdown as to why these two teams you think are kind of head-to-head for third place.
Again, very little knowledge, so forgive me if I'm wrong. But I think both Hydra and TE have had decent success, and at least in the beginning of the season. Actually, they're equally tied. So that was one of the reasons I put them together, because they can just, it's very edge to edge. I don't know. So the gap signifies that TE Eternity and Degenerate Esports are just way too far than the top 4 or 5 teams, in my opinion. So that's why I put the two teams together, so that I could explain that there's a gap between the top 5 and then the rest of the teams. Top 6.
All right. Yeah. So do you feel, kind of piggyback off that, do you feel that anyone within that kind of top 6, Mysticats and above, has a chance at making playoffs and making a run within playoffs, or?
Definitely. I think after the top 3, in my opinion, which I already put, the other 3 teams can easily make a run for for playoffs. Especially and I put Conduit and as a middle of the team, middle of the pack, but I think Conduit has some potential because, well, again, the only few people that I know most about is a few of their players, and I think they can definitely come back stronger in the later as the season progresses.
Okay. All right. So, Dark put Conduit at middle of the pack. Mini Beast has not put Conduit at middle of the pack. You put them second to last, Mini Beast. So, kind of walk me through why they're so low in your power rankings here.
Yeah. So that was our week 1 match. It was another one of those things. Did not really impress me. If everyone remembers the stream games, it was kind of blowout. And again, this is just going off of what I've seen. That's all I can base it off of. So, for me, we were able to, do what we wanted to do. Obviously, there's very talented players on their team, but I think when we've played them, we've been able to play our game and do what we've wanted to do. So, just not very high on them personally.
All right. We're now going to talk about Mystic Cats Gold. Sir Jackson, you've put them in 5th place. Walk me through your thoughts on this team, and then your overall thoughts on if they are able to finish in a playoff position.
So I think this is kind of another one of those teams, just kind of like they're. I think they said it in the talking about Plies, just kind of like it's like a gold team, but you're not gonna see anything out of them. I think they have a pretty decent jungler, and I don't really think they have much going for them.
Okay. Belby, anything you'd like to add about Mystic Cat's Gold here?
Well, interesting information is I was looking at their scrims just for our, or at their games just for our upcoming matches here, and it seemed like they've played pretty like effectively against most of the teams that they're against. Like it didn't seem like there were a lot of like crazy blowouts. I rated them just fifth just because their most recent game was pretty close against Spark, and so I figured that that they passed them in my rank for that.
All right.
reason.
Okay. Up next, we're now going to talk about TE Eternity, a team who, according to Dark, along with Degenerate Esports Eternal, is kind of in their own section within this division. So, Sir Jackson, give me your thoughts on TE Eternity, and do you feel that there are any chances this team could make a late season surge for a playoff spot?
I know their top laner is pretty well known. Good. I just kind of think it's the same thing with Mystic Cats. I just don't think they have much going for them. I think there is definitely a chance. I think Koopa and Locust could definitely pull some, but I think it's kind of a not a long shot, but I think it's 50-50.
Okay. All right. And last but not least, we are going to be talking about Degenerate Esports Eternal, a team who I believe is yet to pick up a win. But Mini Beast, you put them in 5th. So do you feel that they have a really high ceiling? Are they just struggling at the first half of the season? What's your kind of thought process with placing them so high?
I'll be honest. We have not faced them yet. We have not scrimmed them. That is a team I do not have really too much knowledge of. I've seen the skills of other teams, and I don't think it's as high as I feel like it's very high ceilings for other teams. So I guess this is me basing it off of saying there are other teams that could have higher ceilings than these teams that have ranked lower.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Dark, what are your thoughts on this team here as well?
I don't. Yeah, it's the same thing for me. Like, I don't think they have shown anything in particular to be like, okay, maybe they're gonna be a contender for even the middle of the pack, and that's why I put them in their own separate division. Same goes for Eternity. I think they have won a game, but they haven't shown anything particularly good. Plus, we haven't seen any roster changes or anything like that that can make me think that, okay, maybe this addition or removal of a player could benefit them in any way.
Okay. All right. Well, that's going to wrap it up for this division. We're going to throw it to the next division. I'm going to guess it's Noxus here. Throwing it out there. I'm pretty sure it's Noxus.
I think it's just going.
It's Noxus.
Look, you know what? Let me let me have some mystery there, all right? Make it sound like we have no clue.
We have no idea what's coming.
This is going in order though. But yeah, so up next it is Noxus. And looks like we continue to see a slight variation in the first seed. So we're just going to start right off with Sir Jackson. You put DZG Arcadia at the #1 seed. Walk me through why you feel this is the best team in the division.
So just based off how other teams played, I've seen Arcadia is I think the most consistent and hasn't had the easiest schedule in terms of the other top teams. They beat RAR, which RAR pretty sure beat Hydra. So I think they more than likely just have the strongest team. This is not a division I'm super knowledgeable of, excluding RAR. So yeah, that's kind of my take on it.
Okay. All right. Let's throw it now over to Belby.
Okay.
You put DGG actually the lowest out of everyone here. So why do you feel that this is the third place team?
That's another one where it was just personally in terms of like in terms of having played them in teams that they're around. I feel like it seemed like their skill level was closer to some of the mid. I thought that TDS game was a bit of a slip up. That's what it struck me as. So my thought is that TDS is going to bounce back strong and should be head and shoulders still the strongest team in the division. Whereas, DZG, Clown Gaming, and Embrace were all on that same sort of tier list for me. It was like TDS at the top, and then Embrace, DZG next tier, Clown.
Okay. Fair enough. The next team we're going to talk about, it is going to be TDS Knights. So we're going to start off with Dark.
Hello.
So I think you're one of the only players who hasn't ranked your team at number one. So kind of tell me what's going through your thought process here.
Well, looking at my power rankings, it's pretty clear on how I rank the division. Because I've already done scouting on everybody, and I kind of know about the players a little bit and their, tendencies to play. The only flip was against Roar, because I don't think I can say what hasn't been said before. Roar bringing out Archer and Moo doing really good in our series was our downfall. I think it was a slip up for us, a bad series in general. So that's why it's kind of hard to now, I think Sir Jackson said, I think DZG has shown the capability of being consistent, and they've already played their game against the most coin flip team, in my opinion, which is RAR, and I don't think any other team that DZG has to play, I don't think they should drop any games. For us, if we don't drop any games, we'll still be second, because DZG should be the first automatically, in my opinion.
All right. Sir Jackson, well, Belby Minibees put TDS at the number one seed. You put them in the 5th seed or in your power rankings. So tell me why you feel that they are a below average team.
I looked at their schedule, and funny enough, it seems like their schedule so far has been pretty easy. They played against the 3 lowest ranked teams right now, and everyone else ranked those teams. They played against the lowest 3.
Okay.
And then RAR had 2-0'd them. So it's just kind of, it's not like they were 2-0ing every game, and then they played against what I'd say is a pretty decent team, and they lost. So I can't really give them anything else. You know what I mean? Can't really say that they're like a super.
All right. We're going to now hop over to TD Embrace. Belby, you put them at number 2. Kind of walk me through why you feel they are a number 2 seed.
Give me just a second to pull this up in my doc here.
Okay.
If you don't want dead airspace, you could ping it and then ping back. I'm gonna look down.
Yeah, we can come back to you. That's fine.
Okay, cool.
We're gonna go then to the complete opposite. Sir Jackson Dark ranked them at number 3. Mini Beast, you ranked them pretty far down in your standings. So walk me through why you feel that this is a below average team.
Sorry, I lost track of who we were talking about. My fault. Who were we
TD
talking about?
Embrace.
TD Embrace? We played them in actually the Nameless tournament that was being brought on. I think it was about a month ago.
Okay.
And we actually had another situation where roster issues, yada yada yada, and we were actually able to beat them with like a mid laner who wasn't even a mid laner. So not very high on them as a team. Again, I guess I'm coming out here with all the hot takes.
No, fair enough. Do you want me to come back, or are you good?
Yeah, I've got it. Okay,
perfect. Go ahead.
So my thought is that I thought that Clown Gaming is a lot better than their record thus far has shown. So I actually overrated the the win that they have against Clown. I think is going to, as the season goes on, be a more impressive win. Granted, Slurp Squad is just, like they are one of the lower ranked teams, so their win against them was less of a standout. But I thought, like, I really think that Clown is going to be a higher tier team. So the fact that they were able to pull out that win there is what I, popped it up. And so Arcadia, the 2-0 head to head is one that I was like tussling a little bit with whether I should, if they beat them head to head, placing them above them. But we played against DZG Arcadia, and like just looking at the rest of the games, I just thought that they might not be as strong later on. Yeah, it could be proven wrong. Proven wrong, but
Okay, fair enough. Let's take a look. We're gonna talk about Clown Gaming ITNEC. And Dark, you've ranked them tied for second, so you think very highly of this team within the division. So give me the rundown on that.
I think I've seen Clown Gaming be better than somebody already said this, but be better than what they've shown so far. And as Sir Jackson said, we did have like an easier schedule, and Clown Gaming had probably the harder one. So the same concept. If they play the weaker teams from now on, they should just automatically win. And I'm guessing, because I have not seen Embrace play that much, but I'm guessing Clown Gaming would win pretty easily against like the other teams that are left in the division, and that's why I placed them second with us in case we do drop another game, which I don't think should happen.
All right. We're gonna now talk about RAR, who pretty consistently for most of these rankings are within the top 3. The highest one being Sir Jackson at the number 2 seed. So what makes them the number 2 seed in your eyes? And Minibeast, I think you have an alarm going off.
Oh, my apologies.
It's all good.
So it's kind of like a little bit with what Dark said earlier. I think they are a bit of a coin flip. A lot of it comes from them switching top and jungle a bunch, and also we all know, I guess, Dogi's pretty notorious for not being much of a flash enjoyer. I think people just don't understand what to do against it. I don't think it's that hard. However, I guess after all this time he's played, people still kind of have a hard time against it. So I think they kind of will cheese their way to the top.
All right. And Belby, you were the individual that ranked RAR the lowest in your power ranking. So what makes you feel that they are a below average team in this division?
yeah. So the two games that I'm looking at specifically there are their game against Epidemic, who I had as one of the lower rated teams there. The fact that it was like that. If you're viewing the top 4 as head and shoulders ahead of, which I was, ahead of the competition, that having a 2-1 game score against a lower seeded team seemed to me like a pretty rough matchup. Plus the fact that where I had rated DZG Arcadia a little lower, that then caused my ranking of RAR to drop it.
Yeah. All right. Let's talk about the next team. It is the Epidemic. And taking a look at it, they are, a little bit under average within this division based on all of your rankings. And the lowest being Dark, though. So Dark, walk me through kind of your, I guess just give me your triple stack.
All right, I
down
think
there.
my power rankings is based on tier list. I think it would be like an S tier team, and then probably a B tier team, because
Okay.
there's in my opinion, a big gap between the lower echelon of teams versus the teams that can make playoffs and give a run for everybody else in the league itself. So I think Epidemics, Slurp Squad, and Goats, they have not shown too much of a fight. The only thing that I would like to point out is what Belby said. The Roar did go 2-1 against Epidemic. Well, it was because like the third and the final game, they brought out their trump card and they kind of dominated that game. If you look at the match history and stuff, so I don't. If Roar continues to play with the roster from our series, I think they're not gonna be that B tier team. They're definitely gonna be like the higher ones. That's why I put them at the third place. And then why Epidemic, Slipshod, and Goats. The Goats are somewhat of a coin flip. They could probably make the middle of the pack because they had a lot of roster changes in like the past week or so, especially after losing to us. They had their top jungle subbed out, and they had to play with new people. So perhaps this week they can actually cement their position if they're actually good or not, to be like even middle of the pack. So that's why like the 3 teams at the bottom for me, they're like, okay, they're not making playoffs, and the top 5, they're gonna be head to head. It's gonna be hard on who's gonna be the first, because we also have to play DZG yet. So maybe we're gonna be the ones breaking their win streak,
Alright.
like the final week. So if that happens, then maybe my team is probably the first then.
Okay.
That's hopium. Hopium, I mean.
All right. Let's go to Mini Beast neck. You ranked Epidemic the highest out of everyone and kind of ranked them on par with TD Embrace. So kind of tell me
Not
what
gonna
you
lie,
see.
I think I meant to put them right behind TD Embrace, and I think I clicked the
Oh,
wrong
okay.
one.
Got it. Okay.
But yeah, no, I think TD is like slightly above him. I don't think it's like a big gap. So I mean, I guess it's not horrible that I put him there. But yeah, I think it's close.
Okay. Do you see a way in which Epidemic makes playoffs in this division, or do you think it's kind of doom and gloom for them right now?
I would say it's doom and gloom. They got a lot of work to do for sure, though. You know, there's a very strong top 5. I think everyone's touched on it a little bit. How like it's very top heavy. I think Dark did it pretty good with his power rankings in terms of like how it's basically the top 5, and then the rest are just like a step below. But if they grind, put a lot of work into the scrims and things like that, then I mean, I think anything is still possible in this division. But it's definitely top heavy right now.
Gotcha. All right, Sir Jackson, talk to me about Slurp Squad in 7th place.
Slurp Squad, I think the same thing that kind of happens with all these bottoms. It's just kind of they're struggling in like not the hands department, but I think it was Mini Beast said, they're just like one step below. I guess what if I were to like re-rank these, I'd kind of put all the bottom 3 teams together.
Okay.
I don't think there's much of a difference between.
All right, Belby, TPO Goats. If you're a Goats fan or Goats player, is there any hope in the back half of the season for them, in your opinion?
I think that there could be. Give me just a moment to pull up their history as well.
All right.
But the Goats there, I think that they might have some pretty winnable games coming up against. So they've already played Epidemic and Slurp, but like in theory, if TD Embrace, like if I've overrated them, Embrace could be a game where they could end up picking some picking stuff back up off of that, because their record after that last week, TD Embrace, they could tell, Goats could get a win out of that. They Clown Gaming, I mean, that's I think probably the hardest one left on their roster in my mind is Clown. Raw is prone to, tipping up and down, like we've established. So like there are games there that they can pick up if they're just aware and ready to do so.
Okay. All right. Now we have one more division to discuss before we get into predictions. Let's take a look at the Ferrell power rankings. And as those load right off the bat, we have CD Hydra pretty consistently in first place here. So as a fellow CB member, Sir Jackson, is there any insight or any information on CB Hydra, or would you like to share why they are the number 1 seed?
Well, CB team's pretty good, and also I think the Split, they just have a really good jungle. I think Split Breed's really good. I think they have a really good consistent scaling bot lane. They have a really good top laner. I just don't think any of these players can compete with CB Hydra. Really good, especially if they play for Split Breed.
Okay.
Which is the jungler.
All right. We'll go with Belby next. What's your take on CB Hydra here?
CB Hydra's a pretty strong team. All the team, we've I think scrimmed against them twice now, and both of them were pretty close scrims. I enjoyed it pretty heavily. This is one where I didn't gonna be honest, I didn't realize you could rank in groups. Like I didn't think about the concept. But for me, CB Hydra and TD there are 1A and 1B. So you know, it's I feel like their series can go either way any day of the week. That's my read.
Okay. All right. And let's talk about the team formerly known as TD Bootleg Ibiza. I believe this change will be going through on Monday. They will be rebranded TD Unknown. Yeah, TD Unknown. With that, Mini Beast, give me the rundown on this team. They're pretty consistently ranked within the top 3 here.
Yeah, so I think CB. I mean, everyone knows this brand. Like, come on, like, you know, it's very good team, very good org. But I think TD is definitely a solid team. You know, we've scrimmed against them once or twice. You know, the games were very competitive. So you know, I definitely think that it's top 2 very strong, and then it definitely there's a gap for sure.
All right.
I also think that there is actually a world where TD can win this if Hydra doesn't play for the right people on the team. I think there's definitely a chance for Ibiza. Say that.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. We're gonna throw it over to Conduit Esports Ghost. Dark, you rank them at the number 2 seed. Well, technically number 3 seed. My apologies. Kind of tell me your thoughts on this team.
I think it's kind of similar as my previous power rankings, where I think there's top 3 and then there's bottom 4. So for if there's any team that I think can even come close to Hydra and Ibiza, going to be Ghost, even though I don't really believe that too much. Like, I don't think that's gonna happen, because I think somebody else said that like, it's top 2 versus, you know, everybody else, and that's what I believe in. I only put Ghost there because they're significantly better than the other 4 teams that's left after them.
Okay.
So yeah, that's why they're number 3, technically.
All right. And Belby, anything you'd like to add about your thoughts on Conduit Esports Ghost?
On Conduit Esports Ghost, I think that they've had some pretty strong series so far. They have dropped a few more, like, individual games, at least as of last week when the schedule was updated. I did notice that both Hydra and Ibiza were 6-0, hadn't dropped, like, a match, whereas Conduit Esports Ghost was 4-3 in their games. That's just something where, you know, it feels to me like they could play longer series, and in theory that could come back to bite them if you can't put away teams early the same way that CB Hydra and Ibiza can.
Okay. And let's talk about Clinical now, starting off with Dark. Give me your thoughts on Clinical. Everyone did rank them in the 4th seed, so give me the rundown on this team.
Well, talking about the bottom 4, I think they're all pretty similar, but the only difference that for me that Clinical has is that we have actually scrimmed them, I think a couple of times now, and we obviously, I mean, I can't say it, but it was a good game is what I would say, and they lack in a lot of places, so I don't think they can be a top division team.
Okay.
But they can definitely be a middle of the pack. And make some upsets happen, honestly. Like, they can take off games over a few of the higher teams, I think, even though it's like really, really hard. But if any of the bottom 4 teams gonna upset anybody in like even one game, it's probably going to be Clinical, in my opinion.
All right. And Mini Beast, your thoughts on Clinical as well?
Yeah, I think the big issue that I'm seeing with Clinical is I don't see them stacking up against the top teams. You know, they've had some good games, but at the same time, you know, like they beat teams that they should, but I don't think they're gonna like upset anybody that's, you know, like above the weight class is what I'll call it. You know, right now, kind of middle of the pack. You know, I think they'll make playoffs. Maybe they'll make noise there. In this division, I don't see it. Them making too much noise besides, you know, just making playoffs.
Okay. Fair enough. We're going to talk about Nameless Asylum up next. And looking at it, Belby, you have them the highest ranked right now. Everyone else has them, bottom 3, with them bottom 4. So, what are your thoughts on the game?
Yeah, so the reason that I mean, so it kind of almost has to tie in with the clinical ranking, because to me clinical is the line where, like, if you look at clinical's games, it had been they 2-0 nameless, they get 2-0'd by Hydra. And so if clinical was the line to me, like looking at the rest of them, I felt that Crawdaddies, like, they had a close series against Sussers there, and Sussers to me felt like the lowest team. So it was again a process of, if Sussers are the lowest and Crawdaddies barely beat them, then nameless has to be the next team in my rank.
Okay. Fair enough. And,
I think I honestly,
ahead.
if I had known that we could like group them up together, I would have probably just put like the other 3 teams like in the 8th, because I think it's just like the top half and then falls off a cliff. Top 4.
Okay, so do you think who would you rank the number 1 then in your like bottom 4 teams? Would it be Nameless?
Yeah, I think it is.
Okay.
I think it's Nameless, and then probably it's probably how I have it, to be honest. Where I think I forgot to rank the last team there. I probably have them right after Nameless, right in front of Conduit. But yeah, I mean that's pretty much how I have it. I think Crawdaddies, the fact that they barely beat Conduit is just like, it gives me no confidence at all, honestly.
Yeah, that's Titan Nemazine, so assume that's where you put them. They have a new logo that will be uploaded as well on.
Okay, so I did rank them. Okay, good.
Yeah, they didn't have a logo for a little bit.
Got it. Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's where they are.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, so and then we'll go back. Go back to Titan Nemazine now, because Dark, you ranked them in dead last. So why do you feel that this is the worst team in the division?
I don't think I've seen anybody perform overly well, like just from their games that I've seen and even the standings. So it's kind of hard for me to put them above teams that I do feel have a little potential to come up. But like I didn't do it for this fairly order division, but usually I would just clump them all, the bottom 3 to bottom 4 together, and it would be like barely any difference between the teams in my opinion. So they are last, but I don't think they're like super last. Maybe one of the other 4 teams can drop, or maybe they can like upset one of the other 4s.
All right. Do you see a way in which they have a shot at making playoffs, or do you think they're probably going to be bottom 3?
I think they're gonna be bottom 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We're now going to talk about Conduit Esports Sussers. Sir Jackson, you've ranked them dead last in your rankings here, so walk me through that.
I just think I see their roster. I think they have some subs up there that should probably get promoted. I think that would help them out a lot. I just don't think they have much going for them. I think they're just kind of a step down from everyone else in the ranking.
Okay. And we're going to go to Belby next.
Yep.
Belby, do you see a world in which Conduit Esports Sussers make it out of the depths of the bottom 3 in this division, or do you think this is where they rest at the end of the season?
Yeah, see, this is one where, as opposed to Goats, where they had some games which appeared like they could be closer still on their schedule, the fact that they have played the teams that are around them, are some of the teams like in their vicinity at this point, meaning that they still have some pretty rough games still left. It seems like that might be the end of. Let me see if I can pick up some of the exact games that they've still got. The loss to Crawdaddies, the loss to Meminism, and the loss to Ghost, right?
Okay.
Means that they've still got to play Hydra, Ibiza, and Clinical, which seems like a pretty rough schedule, to be honest.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, we have one team left to talk about in Power Rankings. It is CN Crawdaddies. Mini Beast, you put them in dead last. What's up with that?
Well, they barely beat Conduit. And when they did, I mean, it was not impressive. I think we could all agree. I think it was just kind of one of those things where one team had to win, and so one team won. So I think at the end of the day, you know, I don't see too much of a ceiling for this team. I don't see too much. I mean, I think we've all been saying it. It's just kind of, it's the top 4, and then it kind of just falls off the cliff.
Okay. So Jackson, you've put CN Crawdaddies pretty high up in your standings. So, kind of walk me through that.
Yeah, so this was our prior ADC that played for CB Shield on Crown Daddies. I think he's hard to play with in the sense he can do what he does really well. I think he's a really good carry, but I don't think it'd be very fun for them. I think they'd need to draft around him permanently and do things of that sort. So I think they can definitely win if they facilitate him and do those things.
Okay.
I just don't think it's gonna happen.
All right. Well, that is going to conclude our rankings for the Gold League. But don't worry, we're going to jump right into this gold schedule and talk about predictions. We'll start from the top. When that loads up, it's going to be TE Genesis taking on Piltover Pokes. They'll be the only individual that has selected TE Genesis. Everyone kind of pretty much agreed that they have a pretty high potential in the back half of the season. You believe in them in this matchup. Tell me why.
Yeah, I think that this is the game where they will turn it on because of the changes went through about a week to 2 weeks ago now. At this point, they've had a solid couple of weeks practicing with the new roster, and I think that this is where they start their climb. I think that they beat out Pokes, and I think that it may, if not dominant, I think that it should at least start to key people in on how good this team will be going.
Okay. Just a heads up, Belby, you're going to be doing a lot of talking in this first set of predictions. Looking at
All right, I made my mind.
Up next, who disagrees the most with Belby in this? Anyone like really strongly disagree?
I feel like he's just like, this was like for fun, no?
Yeah, being different.
With all of these, I mean, some of these are predicting tilt. Some of these are predicting growth of a team.
Yeah. I mean, look, man, I came on here to be different too, so like I respect it, you know.
We'll get to it. So, Sir Jackson, give me the rundown as to why you disagree with Belby over this first matchup, and you went with Piltover Pokes.
I played against Piltover Pokes. I just think when they draft well, I think they can be a really good team. They can dominate the early game. I just think their team fighting is a little iffy.
Okay. All right. Let's start with the next matchup. It is going to be CB Masquerade, Hyperion Gaming, Heretics. Belby, do you believe that this is going to be one of the biggest upsets in this division at the moment this week? Okay, tell me why.
Yes, I think that Hyperion, I think that this is where Hyperion starts their slide. I think that 2-0 in, like, first game was dominant fashion against Shield, but the second game that one felt like a nail biter, and to lose that as well, I feel like this might be the start of a slide. So this is where I think Masquerade just, like, I'm not exactly sure in what fashion it'll occur, like whether it'll be in a spectacular Baron throw or whether it'll be that Masquerade just happens to take advantage of small mistakes that they make because of this, but I see a 2-1 here.
All right. Dark, you disagree. I assume you expect Hyperion Gaming Heretics to bounce back. Why do you think they win this best of 3?
Well, this is my power rankings. I don't think CB Masquerade has shown anything specific for me to think that Hyperion will fall off that high, that low. Because we're talking about a team that's like bottom of the division versus a team that's like a little middle higher of the division. So yeah, I just feel like naturally Hyperion should win. Like obviously there's a chance for upset. But yeah, that's what my thinking is.
All right. I'm going to throw it to the next matchup. It is CB Shield up against Conduit Esports Goblins. Belby, you have selected Conduit Esports Goblins to win in this best of 3. So tell me why they win, and then tell me your series score.
Oh, no, actually, you know, I'm not gonna lie, this might have been one of my slightly meme picks, where Boulder, week after week, keeps picking against Phantasm, and I just had to give him a little poke that, hey, Goblins might be better than you think they are, keep your hat on, Sonny, you know?
Okay, all right.
So,
fair enough.
Yeah, the funny part is I think this is the pick that makes the most sense, though.
Really?
I mean, in the sense of like second seed versus going or a second in the
Right.
standings versus going number 1 in the standings. But
Mhm.
Yeah.
This is one of our closer games. So,
Yeah.
Sir Jackson, obviously you have some inside information on this matchup. How much have you been preparing for this number 1, number 2 matchup, and how does your team feel going into this week?
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't know we were playing them until I had to pick it. on the sheet.
Okay. All right.
Is that disrespectful? What is this?
Oh my god.
I don't think it's disrespectful. It's just I think we're like a very good team. I don't think it's. I didn't know you could put spaces and all that in between the power rankings. I would have put a space between the 1 and 2. I don't think there's a team that beats us.
Okay.
That's it.
Boy.
All right. Fair. We're gonna go next to the last matchup in this division: RCG Abyssal Nightmare and TSF Retribution. Dark, you're gonna start us off here.
Well, I think TSF Retribution, even though I think I pushed them a little lower. I think lowest. I don't know. They're ramping up. And if they're gonna win any game, in my opinion, I think this is going to be the game or the series. I mean, because they've played easier teams before, and the matchups ahead I think are harder. I could be just wrong, but in this specific matchup, I think I believe that they can push for a 2-1.
All right. And Belby, you went with RCG Abyssal Nightmare.
Yeah, this
run
this was based off of my power rankings, where I thought that TSF was a much weaker team just based on some of the games that they've played so far, and I thought that like RCG would show that here.
Okay.
So I foresee this being either a pretty dominant in 2 games single weird loss series or a 2-0.
All right. All right. That is all the predictions for Demacia. Let's now take a look at Ionia and see kind of where we stack up with that. How crazy did we get?
Oh
Not
my
at all.
god.
All right, this is gonna be a fast one. Okay.
Oh my god. All right, everyone give their analysis.
Yeah. We're
Yes,
gonna
yes,
be
yes.
slow. Every single person's gonna talk. We're gonna drag this one out. No. So we'll start at the top. Sir Jackson, T Eternity, Degenerate Esports Eternal. Everyone with TE Eternity. Tell me why you think everyone has selected TE here.
I think if TE wins one game, they just win the series. I think Degenerates will just mental boom.
Okay.
But I guess if they get the 2-0, maybe TE loses, but I have faith in TE.
All right. I mean, like in terms of standings, both these teams are very close. Dark, do you feel that there's just like that much of a difference, or do you think this could be a close game?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think it just my power rankings. My prediction for this week
Mhm.
for this division is just based on the their standings so
Okay.
far. So I do not think that the difference between the teams are too big per se, but I do think that Eternity is just slightly better based on the standings.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Up next, it is Going Ghost up against Mythical Esports Hydra. Obviously, Mini Beast, you're on that roster, so kind of walk me through how much your team has prepared and how confident your team is going into this matchup, and then give me your series prediction.
Yeah, so we feel really good. Scrims have gone really well for us this week. We've actually finalized the roster last week, so hopefully no more roster changes, no more subs, nothing like that. So the fact that we've been able to build synergy for the last 2 weeks and really pull everything together, we feel really good. And yeah, I think I feel confident in a 2-0.
Okay. All right. Mini Beast, how do you think it's a close match? Do you think it's going to be a one-sided series? What are your thoughts?
No, I mean, I definitely think Hydra is definitely a team that we have to play well against, and a team that if we take them lightly, then we can definitely drop a game or even the series. Really, I just think that at the end of the day, as long as we play our game, then I don't see them drop. I don't see us dropping a game.
Okay.
But definitely a close series. They will definitely give us a pushback for sure.
Okay. We're gonna talk about the TE series next. TE Phantasm up against Mystic Cats Gold. Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, so I just know that he has a really good mid jungle. And they were already doing well with Technics, but they have Cooper, which I've played with Technics because he tried out as a sub for Shield. And I just know Cooper's a lot better, and I think they're going to be really successful and win.
Okay.
Oh, thanks.
We're gonna throw it over to PDS Dark next.
Nope.
Anything you'd like to add with this matchup?
Not particularly, because I already put Phantasm as like a top tier team, and now they're going against Mystical Cats, which I put as like the bottom four. So I don't really think it's going to be a competition, in my opinion, or shouldn't be, in my opinion. So yeah, it should be a 2-0 in my opinion.
All
Said
right.
it so many times.
Woohoo!
All right. We're gonna talk about the last matchup for this division. It is Litter of Monkeys taking on Conduit Esports Spark. So we're gonna start up. Actually, we're gonna start with Mini Beast since you're the only one to select Conduit Esports Spark. So what makes Conduit Esports take down Litter of Monkeys this week? How do they do it?
So I actually think Conduit Esports Spark is not a bad team. I know I just talked about like how like we beat them in week 1 and everything, but I think at the end of the day, like I think they're actually a good team. And I do see Little Monkeys kind of dropping this series. I think as long as Conduit like wins one game, I think Little Monkeys will start to like kind of like panic a little bit because they haven't dropped the game yet. So I think as long as they drop one game against them, then I see Conduit coming out on top.
All right. And so Jackson, you with Monkeys, tell me why.
I just think it's gonna be I just see the way, like he said, I think Conduit Sparks can have a shot if they do get a win, but I just don't see them getting it. I just think it's gonna be a clean 2-0. But on the off chance they do lose, I do think there's a pretty good chance they could win.
All right.
Can I retract my statement real quick? They actually have lost one game, Little Monkeys, by the way. Anyway, continue.
Okay. Yeah. All good. We're gonna take a look at the next division. Up next, it is Noxus. And we will be taking a look at the predictions over there. Looks like we have one series that's a little different for the most part. Pretty cut and dry. This is the TDS Knights Clown Gaming IT matchup. So we're going to start off with TDS Dark. Kind of same question to everyone we've asked so far. How much preparation have you put into this matchup, and how comfortable are you feeling heading into this week?
Looking from like our last series against Roar, I think we have definitely had issues that we had to work through. So I think going into the Clown Gaming game, we should be more knowledgeable on our weaknesses, and we practice 2 times a week, 2 scrims, and then we obviously have the game. So I don't think we lack practice. We just lack consistency. That's like one of the biggest issues in my opinion. So yeah.
Belby, go ahead.
I think it should be a 2-0.
Okay. All right. Belby, obviously you disagree. You with Clown Gaming IT. Tell me why you feel they win, and what is your series score?
Yeah. So Clown is just a team that I think is incredibly underrated. I think that in future they're going to be a lot stronger of a team, and so my thought was that this week is going to be one of the ones where they start turning it around. I've played with Vaunted before. I have a lot of faith in him as a jungler, right? And Feathers and Fur is, no slouch up in top, and so my thought is that they might be able to, abuse that sort of strong side of the map to start leveraging it into something. My series score is going to be 2-1 because TDS is still what I believe to be a top team in the division, but yeah.
All right. Up next, DZG Arcadia up against Slurp Squad. So Jackson, you went with DZG Arcadia. Tell me how they win.
I think it's kind of like we said before, where there's just kind of like a step down, and I just think Slurp Squad's down there, whereas DZG is already proven to be one of the best teams in their division. I think it'll more than likely be a hands gap and just kind of free sailing 2-0.
All right. Dark. Any chance Slurp Squad upsets here?
That's very hard for me to say as to that. I think, as Sir Jackson said already, DZG is very consistent in how they play, and even though they dropped one game to War, um, I do not think Slurp Squad is capable of taking a game off them.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Pretty cut and dry there. Let's go to Epidemic up against TD Embrace. We're going to start off with Mini Beast. You selected TD Embrace. Tell me why they win this best of 3 series and your series score.
I actually have the series being kind of close. I do have TD taking it in a 2-1 fashion. I think when TD gets going, they can be a strong team. I think that sometimes they can like lose track of like how like in the series, like, you know, maybe they get too hype or something like that. But I have it being a close series, but I do have TD taking it.
Okay. So Jackson, you also in TD Embrace. Is this a close game in your opinion, or is this going to be a pretty one-sided affair?
No, I think it's gonna be a close game. I actually think Mini Beast is spot on. I think once they get going, they're gonna be really good, and I think by chance they can win the first game or the other team can. I just think in the end they'll end up pulling it up on top.
All right. Last matchup to talk about in Noxus, it is a surging RAR up against a TPO Goats who has been struggling. Everyone has gone for RAR here. We're gonna throw this one over to Dark. Give us the rundown on this best of 3.
I played both the teams. I think Roar last week and then CPO Goats the week before. Even with the TPO Goats roster changes that I speak highly of in my power rankings, I just don't simply see a world where if Roar sticks to the roster this had against us, it should be just a 2-0 easy.
All right. That's going to wrap up our Noxus predictions. We're going to throw it over to Borreliord last in gold.
Oh.
Here we are.
We picked the team without the logo. That tripped me out for a second.
Everybody picked the team without the logo.
Yeah,
I think they actually might have dropped, I think, is what I might have missed here.
So we're all
I have to
lost
double check
this
that, though.
prediction then?
I mean, yeah, I'll double check though in a little bit, but we'll get that confirmation in a second. Right off the bat though, CB Hydra, TD Unknown, their new rebrand. Everyone went with CB Hydra here, so let's let Mini start off this conversation.
For the match 1?
Yeah, CB Hydra, TD Unknown.
Yeah, I mean, it's being honest with you, it's CB, you know. I do expect them to take it. You know, it's kind of one of those things where I don't expect CB to, unless they start to mess around and do like unconventional stuff. I don't see them really messing around too much here and losing. There is always the chance, you know, CB teams do have the history of just picking random stuff and losing with it. But I don't think this happens this series.
All right. Sir Jackson, a fellow CB member, how confident are you in CB Hydra?
It's a clear. They clear. This is a smooth 2-0 for Hydra. I just think they're too good.
All right.
Regardless of what they pick.
Okay, we're going to throw it over to the next matchup. Conduit Esports Ghost up against CN Crawdaddies. Conduit sitting more top of the standings. CN Crawdaddies is really struggling to gain any traction this season so far. Everyone has gone for Conduit Esports Ghost. Belby, give me the breakdown.
This is one where I just think that this is going to be another, like, you know, when you've got the split in this division between the top half and the bottom half, I think that it'll just be one where Conduit is a more put together team. And I think that altogether that strength of like understanding of the game, that sort of thing, I think that Crawdaddies might find themselves into a pretty rough sort of game state pretty early.
Okay. We'll throw this one back up to Sir Jackson. Obviously, you agree. Anything you'd like to add, and what is your series for here?
I just think Black Eyed Peas is really good. I think he's gonna do what he pleases and do what he wants to get them to win.
Okay. And last matchup, we will discuss Counter Esports Sussers against Nameless Asylum. Mini Beast, only individual to go with Sussers here. What's up with that?
I do have the upset. Nameless has been super up and down so far. You know, I honestly, I'm not high on either team, But I think Conduit can come out on top here or the Sussers, sorry. Can come out on top. It's kind of more the upset pick because I was tired of taking the standings picks.
Fair. Dark. You
Uh,
obviously disagree. You went Nameless Asylum. Tell me why.
It's just purely based on how they've played so far. I don't think Sussers have shown anything too valuable. I mean, neither has Asylum, but yeah, I think if there's going to be a competition between them, it's going to be just like a 2-1 in favor of Nameless. I think that the teams are pretty even. But there's a slight edge to Nameless.
All right. Fair enough. That's all the predictions for Gold. Thank you all for coming out this week. Best of luck in your games on Wednesday. Anything any of you would like to say before we throw it to a quick break?
Oh yeah, bold call, Mr. Minibeast, putting the 0-8 team ahead of the team that 2-0'd them. Bold call.
Man, I'm chock full of them, baby.
Yeah. Hey man, I'm with it. I'm with it.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, and when we are back, it's time to talk about the IBS. It's the moment some of you have been waiting for. It's time to talk about IBS Otter Talk. Joining us this evening is Dory K, Scout, Locust Cade, and Toxin. We're gonna start from the top. Everyone's a little tired tonight. It's a little late, but we're gonna start. Dory K, give us a little bit about yourself. Introduce yourself. What team you play on? What position you play on? So when you inevitably flame someone, they could at you in trash talk.
CB Clowns doesn't lose another game, or Excel sells the entire CB org to me.
All right.
I'm Dory K. I am from CB Clowns.
There you go. Up next, go ahead, Scout.
Scout ADC on CB Syndicate. I'd love if Excel sold me the org.
Okay. Locust Cade up next.
Hey guys, I'm Locust. I'm the coach for Aeon. I don't want CB to sell me their org, so not getting in on that vote, but
There you
glad to
go.
be here.
Up last, but certainly not least, Toxin.
Hi, I'm the owner of TD, and while I'm not coaching either of the TD teams in BOL the split, I will take over one so we can beat CB Clowns, and then we can take over CB. Only solely so that I can have Swag Money Boy under me. So that's it.
All right, you've heard it. That's everyone. Let's start with power ranking. I'm hoping we all didn't copy each other's homework this week, but
I mean, I didn't know that I could like move them around a little bit.
You know who did know they can move them around a little bit? Locust Cade. Because what is going on?
So I didn't think these were actually like group power rankings. I thought they were like relative power rankings.
Oh, okay.
I just did the doc and I can't read very well. Just kidding.
It's all good.
I thought they were relative power rankings. And so I really felt bad telling anybody who's trying to play in IBS that they're like an 8th seed or anything like that, because I feel like everybody who is like, I'm going to play in an IBS tournament has to have some guts, because like, no offense, but you're playing in the lowest available tournament possible, and you're still saying, I'm going to put everything I've got out on the line. So like, I have mad respect for anybody who plays in IBS.
Okay. So I guess just kind of walk us through then. So are these like your S tier, A tier, B tier kind of teams, or are these like your clusters of, I think these are the 3 best, then these next 2, and then these after that?
So I think that they are the A, B, and C tier.
Okay.
I definitely think that like Aeon with some teamwork is a very strong team. Obviously, TD, champions of last split, it does seem like they had a change in their bot lane, which may have shaken some things up. And I noticed they lost last week, but I still think they're a very, very strong team. And I have mad respect for all the players on that team. And then CB, I believe I ranked Forsaken as the number or an S team for me. I definitely think that they're really strong. We played against them last week. I was really impressed with them. And then SG Tau and SG Neutron. We played Neutron last week. They were down 2 bans, and honestly, they came very, very close to beating us still. So mad respect for Neutron. And then CB Forsaken. Sorry, I rated you guys as a B tier team for me. I haven't watched your games personally, but like looking at your match history, and I said Forsaken, and I meant the other one. I haven't watched your match history personally. First week we played against Tectonic. They weren't very impressive. No offense to you guys. They came back the next week and had a really impressive victory. And then I don't know much about ATS personally.
Okay. All right. Well, that's like all your power rankings. So we're gonna hop back and forth from teams for a little bit now, but I guess we'll start right off with the start and Toxin.
I think mine and Toxins are switched because I rated
Okay.
I went Syndicate, Forsaken, TD, Aeon.
No, I put TD 3rd.
Did you?
Yeah.
Or no, I put TD's. Where did I really put TD 2nd?
It looks like you put yourself first.
Did you switch to CB teams maybe, or?
I don't know. This shit's
Okay.
weird sometimes.
All good. It's all good. We'll figure it out. we'll break it down. We're gonna start off with Toxin though. We're gonna talk about TD Syndicate first, as Lucas Cade kind of gave us the breakdown on his groupings. Toxin, you put TD third. What makes you put them third in your ranking?
I think it's just more so all of the teams from like 1 to 5 are generally like in the same cluster for me. I think
Okay.
any of those teams can take a game off of either of them.
All right.
It really just comes down to like first off what side you're on. I think blue side has shown that it's just like the better side to pick for this meta for some reason. And in general, like if you lose the first game, sometimes mentals get destroyed and you lose 2-0. Sometimes you come back and then it's just a side diff. But I put TD third mainly because I think CB Forsaken beat them last week, and then CB Syndicate beat CB Forsaken. So that's why I kind of have it 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Fair enough. We'll go with Dory next. You did CB Forsaken as the number 1. Give me a rundown on that.
A lot of my power rankings have gone from kind of like a different understanding of how IBS's like little internal meta works that I'm trying to get used to it. And ironically enough, it actually feels like for once, like a bot-centric meta is really valuable pretty much across all elos, in my opinion. I don't know if you guys agree, but I think Frankenstein, Steve Franken, our boy Frank, I think he's like easily one of the best ADCs in that division. So I think that as long as Forsaken can continue putting bodies in front of him, they're going to continue winning games.
Okay. All right. We're now going to kind of bounce down to SG Tau up next. Can't kind of put them as a middle of the pack team right now with the other SG team. We're going to throw it over to Scout, who's put them at a slightly less than average.
Is that the one I have second to last?
No, you have them fourth last right now, or in fifth.
Fifth? Okay. So had I known that I could cluster them, because when it's in the doc it says you can only select one per thing. It's like, huh. I would have clustered them probably similar with Aeon or Neutron, like getting it all a little bit closer, because like the bottom is distinctly bottom. Our middle is distinctly middle, and like I'd say like up until 5th place on the actual standings right now is all very close.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
The bottom 3 teams, well, they're kind of SOL.
Got it. Okay. So yeah, we'll get to there. We're gonna throw it over to, I guess, CB Syndicate now. And we'll throw it over to Dory. Dory, what's the rundown on CB Syndicate and you putting them in third?
I feel like I'll get in trouble for making my exact same point and kind of saying it with Scout right here in the call.
No,
I think it's
we switched supports recently. There's no play here.
I think that might have been the issue. Early on in the season, I was a little worried about your guys' level of coordination and ability to get out of lane without going down kills, going down CS. But that might have been because, like, internal scrims, we were playing against another support. So I'm excited to see how Mop does. I've heard Google Mop is a pretty good player, so I felt confident after seeing your results that I could put you higher than how I personally felt when playing against you guys.
I mean, so like, to add on to that, a part of it is that a few of our players had a lot smaller pools. Our previous support, I had Door Ender, great guy, had a lot smaller pool. He did not play enchanters, and he didn't play like engaged supports, which led us to like mages or poke. Doesn't exactly fit the current meta all that great, right? So with a little bit of change up, I think we can do a lot more things with that.
All right.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Insider info. Good to know.
I've seen Google Mop play mid lane, which is apparently his worst lane, and he like clap cheeks. So like, Google Mop, he's pretty insane.
I'm excited to see him
He's
play.
also
I
a
heard
great
he's pretty
shot
good.
caller and very confident in a leadership position. So I think that also helps.
Oh yeah, his comms are great. They're real good.
All right, we'll see if that's able to turn it around. We're gonna now talk about TE Aeon. Oxen, we're gonna go to you next. What are your thoughts on this team, and do you feel that this is a team that can make playoffs in this division?
I think it's really like it comes down to like them and SG Tau on who do you think's actually going to make the 4th seed. I think both of the CBs and TD should end up finishing in playoffs. I'd be pretty surprised if they didn't. And then it comes down to SG and TE. TE, I think that TE Rennick is probably one of the best junglers in the league. And the rest of their team is just essentially, can we get him to win the game for us? But the problem is what they've been doing in their drafts a lot, I feel, is that they've been putting him on like a Mumu and like more supportive champions. So that like instead of the team propping him up for success, which I feel like would be the best way for them to win, they're having him try to prop the team up to success, which is just not like working for them. I think play to your strengths. You know he's the best player. He might be the best jungler in the whole league. Just give him a carry, let him do his thing, and have the team support him.
All right.
I'm gonna say something real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
Rennick is like my best friend in the whole world. I've known the dude for like ever. I've seen this man play carry junglers, and there's a reason we don't pick carry junglers. Just put that out there.
Oh no!
I love him to death, but there's a very, very big reason I do not put this man on carry junglers when I do their draft.
I don't know. Week 1 made him look fucking baller.
Well, yeah, but
know,
at the same time,
That's
like at the same time, look, watch this dude play Viego or something like that. He'll go 14-3 or 3-14. There's no in between.
All right. So, kind of like, obviously TE here, the affiliation. How comfortable do you feel? Do you feel your team's underperforming right now? Do you feel that you're at a point where you think your team's kind of turning it around in the back half of the season, Kate?
So I feel like they are underperforming personally, and in scrims and on stage, I feel like their biggest weakness is the level of communication that they have with each other. Rennick is genuinely the driving force of that team, and if he could play carry junglers, like the man would absolutely 1v9. Junk Sleep in the mid lane is a very, very strong player, but he doesn't necessarily understand like what to do, where to be at the right time.
Okay.
The bot lane is pretty consistently okay. They have decent comms with each other, but when we get into the macro setting, I don't feel like they know where to go. And then Glizzy is a jungler at heart and won't play top lane in solo queue, so I can draft 3 champions for the top lane. So it makes drafting really hard.
I've been there.
When you're like, top lane just has to survive this game, right? I do feel like they're underperforming. I feel like if Rennick could play a carry jungler and be able to understand risk mitigation on those carry junglers, like Aeon is definitely a first seed team because Rennick is he's an incredible player, but his risk mitigation isn't where it needs to be. So do I think they make playoffs? Yes, I absolutely think they make playoffs. Do I think they win the league this season? I can't say for sure.
All right. Fair analysis. We're talking about SG Neutron next, and we're going to throw this one over to Dory K. You have them in third to last. What hopes you have for SG Neutron here?
My hopes are that they have an ADC that isn't named Warning Shot.
Oh.
That's about it. I think that they're going to adjust to having a new roster. I think that stability is the name of the game, and I think SG Manny is a pretty good guy to play with. I think that using Q for You does path pretty well from at least the one game I watched him play. Like, I think that he makes good decisions, but needs to, I guess, maybe communicate that to his team better in order for them to kind of turn around the rough start they've had. I think there's a world where they can sneak into playoffs, but I think there's just like a distinct line between them and kind of like breaching the more competitive spots in the division.
All right. Up next, we're going to talk about Tectonic, and we're going to throw it over to Scout. You put them in dead last. What makes them the 8th place seed for you?
Well, I would put a few of them together for this, but
That's fair. And you can talk about that too if you like.
I know that the week that we played them was a week where everything kind of went chaos.
All right.
I know my team didn't exactly, like, pre a few of our changes, didn't exactly have a great answer for dive, and they played pure dive both games. I think I had a terrible stat line the first game.
Mhm.
I'm embarrassed by it myself. But I don't think they have exactly what it takes to go against our top seeds. Because, like, Aeon has a great team, right?
Mhm.
Both CB teams, I think, are pretty good. Forsaken us scrimmed a bunch before coming into the season, and I'd say that it comes down to a coin flip between, like, if our jungler smites better than theirs, or etc., right?
Yeah.
And then TD Syndicate, so far they've appeared pretty strong. They did drop their first series
Mhm.
against Forsaken, so we'll see.
All right. Fair. Toxin, give me the rundown and what hopes you have for ATS Renegades in their playoff run.
I don't really. I'm not to be rude to them, but I don't think there's really a hope for them this season. I think that Piltover in general is like the better of the two divisions, and mainly because I feel like the competition at the top is just too high for a new team to really step into. I
Okay.
think, kind of touching a little bit on Tectonic in the same light, is that Tectonic is a team that they have played together before. They're like known to have been playing together in IBS for a year, maybe 2 years now. And even that team is struggling against the top 5 talent in this division.
Mhm.
So when you have a team like ATS, who all of them are new, and if they're not new, then they've name changed and maybe played once. These players are trying their best to like learn not only the game, but learn how to play in competitive, which is a hard task and usually takes about like a split or two to really get into
Yeah.
that. So this is their split. Like, I'm sorry, I don't know if you're going like the goal should be win a game, not win a series, and take what you've learned this split, go into solo queue, get better at micro, like your mechanics, and by next split you'll be starting to win more games.
All right. Good advice. That is going to wrap up the power rankings for Piltover. Let's now take a look at the power rankings for Zon. As that gets pulled up, let's see what we got. Locust Cade with another phenomenal breakdown by grouping. We're going to talk about that in just a second, but we'll talk about, I guess, the first big difference, I guess, in the first place seed. Scout, you have selected SNC Sunset Ravens as your number 1 seed in this division. Tell me why.
I kind of glanced over the stat page when I looked through this. They looked a little bit more put together. And the reason I dropped Clowns to second was because they've gone through some roster changes, so there's always a little bit of time period of adjustment. Maybe they'll get it completely done by game day, maybe they won't.
Okay. Obviously, we're going to now throw it over to Dory. Dory, your fellow CB team has tragically put you in second in the division. Number 1, how does that
Yeah.
make you feel? And 2, why do you feel your team is the best in the division?
I think that's totally fair, if I'm being completely honest. I
Mhm.
think it's fair to say they're going through roster change, and Cream Cheese in the like realm of IBS leagues is a very good player. Toxin knows too. He plays for Toxin. They're doing very well in ASL. Cream Cheese would be somebody you don't want to lose. I'm of the opinion that for the way that we communicate and the way that we mentally attack each game, I think that Walking Dabs, although he hasn't really done a whole lot that I'm aware of yet, I think that people are going to be pleasantly surprised by how he plays. I personally think that he contributes very well to our team. and he plays the kind of pool that I would hope he plays. Because linking up support jungle is really, really important for me when I'm playing this role. And I think that kills his laner on repeat, really valuable. A lot better with a jungler that communicates with me well. So I think we're going to do really well. And I think that SNC Sunset Ravens kind of play this style that relies on making games fiestas until Zandra Dreda can just
Okay.
like solo carry a team fight. And I don't think they're going to get away with that against us because they're going to die 10 times in lane.
All right, fair
Simply
enough.
put. Yeah.
All right, all right. We're gonna play this next one to Locust Cade. You've sort of grouped SNC Sunset Ravens, CB and CB Clans together, and then you've split them off from TD Dusk and Event Horizon Kaizen. So with that in mind, my question to you is SNC Sunset Ravens and CB Clowns, how much of a gap is there between these two groups that you've put together? And do you feel that these are your top 4 teams at the end of the season?
I feel like there is a noticeable gap. I think that you could argue that Event Horizon Kaizen could be moved into this S tier team. But I think that SNC and CBD Clowns are kind of a step above the rest. And I don't want to say that Sunset's better than CB or CB's better than Sunset. I think both teams in a bubble are going to perform very, very well. I don't necessarily think that these are my top 4 teams. I think we could see an upset. TD Dusk is ranked 6 right now. I think they've had a harder schedule than most teams. But I do think we could see RPM moving up into the top 4 and kicking Dusk out if Dusk doesn't watch themselves in the next few weeks.
Okay. Fair enough. We are now going to talk about TD Dusk, actually. We're going to throw this one over to Scout, who has put TD Dusk in the number 3 spot in their power. What's your thoughts on that? Mm-hmm.
I am looking at some things.
Got it. You want me to come back to you?
Give me a second to just
Okay.
hit some. Okay, well, I didn't want to hit the diff tab. I'm looking at rosters real quick before I answer this.
Yeah, no problem.
I know that TD teams in general play pretty well, usually on average. Especially with Pandorum on there. Although, I can't wait to see the Pandorum Porolancer matchup, Magikarp. I think that's going to be an excellent series if that does happen. But like there are some vets on that team that I think can pull it back through. Like at the same time, I think their first couple of matches they hit both Clowns and Sunset. If I'm correct, I don't actually know because I haven't been paying attention to the history on both those sides.
No, Sunset and Kaizen.
Sunset and Kaizen? Okay, so still top 2 teams. I think Kaizen's up there as well. So like when you face the probably 3 strongest teams, you're not going to look so great afterwards. On the back half though, they have a little bit of an easier time. So their ratings are going to jump up pretty quick.
Okay. Toxin, do you have a little inside information on the TD teams, obviously? How's your team feeling so far this season, and how confident are they moving forward?
I think so. I think with Dusk specifically, their main difference is whether or not they had Cluckerduck top lane or if they had King BB top lane. So in their losses, they've had Cluckerduck, and in their wins, they've had King BB. So
Okay.
King BB is also off-rolling top. He is more of a jungle man. But I think the team itself finds more confidence when they have VB just playing whatever he can in the top lane than trying to play around Cluckerduck, who I think Cluckerduck is very mechanically sound in the top lane, but he's a player that requires resources. Like he's a build around type of player. Like if you want to send your resources top, give him a lead and let him split push. But on this current team, I don't think our players really are good enough. Not good enough, but it's not their strength to play that type of play style.
I got you.
I think they would rather play more around mid, more around bot, working jungle and support together to like get those 2 lanes ahead instead of sending everything top lane. So it's gonna come down to are they going to maybe switch their play style to play more bot centric or bot mid centric, or are they going to learn to actually play around Cluckerduck and let him succeed?
Okay. Good analysis. So pretty consistently, when looking at the power rankings, the bottom three are, the bottom three throughout all of your power rankings. But it looks like the middle of the pack, you see Event Horizon, Kaizen pretty frequently. So the question is, Dork, you put them pretty much smack dab in the middle of your power rankings. So what are your thoughts on this team? And could this team be a playoff gatekeeper per se in the back half of the season?
I think they are. I had a harder time with Piltover, but with Zon, it's pretty straightforward what the division between our teams are. It's teams that apply pressure and consistently do so. It's teams that can absorb it and do well. So like the top 3 teams are teams that are not going to just like randomly crumble in lane and then not be able to catch up ever again. Kaizen is able to abuse the teams at the bottom who just seem like they might be new, like they need to have a little bit more time to cook, as the kids are saying. And that's Kaizen. Kaizen started out their season having relatively straightforward matches. They looked pretty clean, but then they played us, and it wasn't even close. So teams that are not able to consistently lane or mitigate lane disadvantages are going to get exposed really heavily. So I think they're a playoff caliber team. I just don't see them ever beating any of the teams that come out of lane ahead of them.
Okay. All right. Scout, what's your take on Event Horizon Kaizen as well?
I believe I was told early in this season that this is the former Coachless Tyranny, or that they had the previous team from Coachless Tyranny coaching them.
No.
That?
So AH is having Downfall, like, quote unquote coach them, but I heard he wasn't really like doing a ton the last couple of weeks because of IRL stuff. And then the players that were on Coach's Tyranny, they're on SG Tau. So that's like the SG Queen Frost and formerly known as Alpha and Rocky.
Okay, so I was wrong on that one. I still think that they're probably going to be a good team. It's one of those like hard to tell, because when a team faces like the bottom half of the roster first, or like the bottom half of the bracket first, you see a lot more inflated stats. So like you can't exactly tell if that makes any sense. But they did beat RPM. They have done a few other things. I don't know. This isn't the section I've been paying the closest attention to.
Okay, fair. We're gonna throw it over. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think they're solid. I think, I don't think they're a top 2. I think they're like very clearly like in the 3, 4, 5 range. Where like, also for my power rankings, I think Clowns is the best team by far. But I think right now, since they did lose Cream Cheese, they kind of have to like prove it again. But I do feel like they're gonna end up being the first seed.
All right.
And from there, it's like Kaizen is the team where I think in general they're all solid across the board, but there's no like world beater. Same with RPM. RPM is a little bit different. They're more like they have lanes where like, okay, what's his name? General Denobi, he's pretty cracked. I think Lurcha is pretty decent in the mid lane. But then they have like FenceNet, who's kind of just like tank bot trying to get through the game sort of thing. And Wales is also more of a weaker jungle in terms of like entire pool. So it's like, can their strengths beat their weaknesses?
Yeah.
And then TD is just kind of like trying to figure out their own internal problems.
Okay. Yeah, that kind of throws it to a good transition. Shout out to the Nameless Org. Thanks for the raid. We're going over IBS Otter Talk right now, but we're going to throw it over to revolutions per minute, and we have some pretty differing positions. So we're going to start off with Dork, who has them ranked 3rd right now.
Yeah, they're on the upswing. Kaizen's on the downswing. I think Glacial Loki is gonna show up and kind of fight for that. They're getting Cream Cheese, and they have a really solid bot lane. One of the only bot lanes that I was pretty disrespectful towards. It's straight up why we lost. It was all me. But in terms of RPM, I agree with Toxin. I think that their ADC, General Denobi, is kind of like the main reason they win games. And I also think that they have Leper on as a sub, and that's somebody with a lot of experience, is a former winner. So I think that RPM is coming into it with a lot of momentum, and actually, despite Sunset coming up, I'm actually more concerned about our match with RPM on Thursday this week.
Okay. And apparently, there's someone in here who is not concerned about RPM, and that is Scout, who has put them in dead last in his power rankings.
I took a glance at the stat sheets, to be fair. And if I had known that I could clump more things together,
got
my
you.
bottom four would be clumped.
Okay.
Again, don't know the team very well. When I looked, I saw that they played two other teams that aren't doing that great. Although they did take a match off Kaizen. I'm not sure.
All right, that's fair. I mean, you can put a big question mark for there. But we'll find out a little bit more as they continue to play on in the season. So we'll talk about now, I guess, Glacial Omen sitting in, I believe, 5th place at the moment. Taking a look at the power rankings, they are pretty consistently in the back 3. So we're going to start off with Toxin and give me the rundown with Glacial Omen.
I think they're a strong team. I think that they have the tools to challenge, and if they're getting cream cheese, then yeah, they're probably fighting for the 3rd, 4th spot. Right now, I kind of just had them in 6th, mainly because they lost to TD, and TD I kind of have very firmly in the 5th spot right now.
Yeah.
So that's kind of why they're in 6th. I'm more curious to see why Locust Cade has them grouped with AH and Mystic Cats, and not grouped more up from there, grouped either with Rev or Air.
And we'll throw it right over to Cade so Locust Cade can explain the last 3 grouping for us.
So honestly, and this may be a different Glacial, I don't know. Every league org I've ever played with Glacial in, they have massive roster problems and they end up FFing halfway through the season. So just in general, I am terribly unimpressed with them. And every time I see their name pop up, I'm just like, oh boy, we're going to FF halfway through the season. I've played in 3 amateur splits now, and I've seen them FF 9 times.
Yeah,
I mean, sorry, drop 9 times. Let me rephrase that. Drop 9 times.
Yeah, no. I mean, I haven't really seen them ever finish out a split either. This split seems to be different. They seem to be priding themselves on making up for the Glacial name. So if you weren't following super closely on them, I completely understand putting them last.
I hope so. I just got out of Titan, in which they dropped week 5, I think. So I hope that they redeem themselves in my eyes, but I still don't think that they're going to be a playoff ready team, and I think that none of these 3 have any opportunity to make the playoffs. I think the top 5 are the only 5 that have any opportunity to make playoffs on my rankings personally.
Okay.
I will say that before tonight's show, I didn't know that Cheese was going to Omen. But with what was said about Glacial in general, I'm hoping he brings a firm hand to it to help bring it through. I would like to see the mythical beast of a Glacial team finishing off a split, personally.
I'm down. I'd like to see cream cheese bot lane gank bot more often, but other than that, their bot lane's easily the best part of their team. But if Zed or Frosty fall too far behind, it becomes problematic.
Just change the name from Glacial Omen to Team Omen, and they're a playoff team. There it is.
There you go. Crack the code. All right, up next, we're going to talk about... Actually, we're going to go to Scout, who... Technically, in your... Okay, so your power rankings, right? You have Mystic Cats pretty high up there compared to everyone else. Is this are you basing this off a peak this week, or what you think could be the end of the season?
I would cluster all 4 of my bottom ones together.
Gotcha. Okay.
I think that all 4 of those teams have to show some special spark to signify that they're a playoff-ready team.
So in the bottom of your group of 4, who is the best?
RPM.
Okay, gotcha. All right, and last one, at least, we'll talk about H Danger Bunnies, who have also struggled with Mystic Cats to kind of get some traction going in this season. Toxin, any idea why they are struggling right now?
I said it a little bit last time with the ATS Renegades, but it's pretty much the same thing. Is that you have a team of mainly players that haven't really played in competitive before, that are all kind of coming together and trying to learn not only League of Legends, but the competitive in general. I think they have a little bit of an edge over Mystic Cats. I think AH in general is a org that's more focused on IBS and gold than it is like going up to plat, going up to diamond, etc. So they have tools in their coaching staff. They have Major, who won Amateur Worlds last year. You have Downfall, who was in the semifinal or in the finals, the second place team. In IBS Worlds, like you have quality staff there that as long as your team can like pick their brains and actually work on the things that they're telling you to work on, I think they have like way more potential than some of these other bottom teams to actually move up. With Mystic Cats, I feel they were just a plat team for many years now in VOL, and they just decided, hey, we want to do every single division now. Let's get it. So now they have their gold team, which is struggling, their silver team that's struggling, and their plat team that's struggling because they spread themselves way too thin, way too quickly. So they're one of those teams where it's going to be on the players themselves to get that improvement rather than getting anything from the org, because the org's trying to put out fires everywhere else. At least that's how I'm seeing it.
Yeah, no, it could be a good analysis. With that, though, that is going to be all of our power rankings done. It's now time to take a look at the schedule. And let's take a look at these game predictions, starting with Piltover. So right off the bat, we have some similarities and some differences. The first one we're going to talk about, it is SG Neutron taking on CB Forsaken. Lucas Cade, you went with Neutron here. Give me the breakdown on why they win this series and what is your series score.
I'm going to be completely honest with you. I did this on my phone and I misclicked. I don't think the Neutron in any universe beats CB.
Okay.
That was an accident. Sorry. Sorry, Neutron.
Gave them hope, and then you crushed it live.
Dude, I got you. All right. Sociopath
how do they do it?
Sociopath Soul just got added to the team. He is by far the best 80 carry in IBS across every league. I think it's pretty definitive. This dude is just insane. And then give him Jake Verde, who is one of the better supports. I would probably put him in the top 5 in IBS. And as long as using Q for you is like a sentient cap exception player, then like that team has the tools to beat anyone. I think they can beat whoever they go against. They just need to like mentally have it all together.
Okay. Banzeri, all right. Throwing some tech out there. Okay. Let's take a look now at the next matchup, and it is going to be CB Syndicate taking ATS Renegades. Dory, give me the rundown on this matchup here.
ATS Renegades need to go back to the drawing board, play a little more solo queue, get some practice, work together, work on mitigating losses and getting to a mid game without having to put out fires. I think Syndicate's on an upswing, and unless they mental boom themselves, they'll be just fine.
All right.
I want to throw in on for this one.
Go
I think
for it.
that the matchup to watch for that one is probably going to be Flurryman and Kermit in the top lane, because I don't think it's going to be a fun watch to watch the jungle mid lane duo that is Magikarp and Bardo, because unless
Okay.
they're ready for those two, the game will swing very quickly.
Got you. All right. Let's head over now to SG Tau taking on TE Aeon. Toxin, you selected SG Tau to win this matchup. Tell me why you think they're going to win here.
I think Rocky in his career has been known for like not necessarily like really taking over games, but just neutralizing strong junglers.
Mhm.
He's done it before when he played with strong people on CT, and I think the fact that they now has Uncle Squash as like the permanent permanent mid laner on that team actually has like a scary win condition that Rocky can actually play around. And whereas TE is kind of like they're like not only does their win condition their jungler, which Rocky is good at neutralizing,
Yeah.
they also kind of need Jung Sleep to really like put his big boy pants on and really take it to Uncool Squash in order for them to win. Otherwise, I would probably prefer Uncool Squash in that mid lane matchup, and the rest are kind of just like it doesn't matter. They're probably gonna go even, so that's why I'm gonna go with SG here.
All right. Locust K, you want TE Aeon here. Give me the breakdown as to why you feel they win this best of 3 matchup.
So, to Toxin's point about Rocky neutralizing strong junglers, Aeon doesn't have to win the early game because Rinnik excels at poaching jungle objectives from an enemy team. I mean, if you look, Aeon has like the highest dragons per game right now, and I want to say like 9 of those have been stolen. From Rinnik has stolen about 9 of those. I think that neutralizing Rinnik is fine because he's still going to be a threat in the mid to late game. A, because of the champions that he's playing, and B, because your objectives just aren't going to be safe. And I think the matchup to watch this week is Rinnik versus jungle objectives, personally.
All right. We're now going to take a look at TD Syndicate and Tectonic Story. You, along with everyone else, has selected TD Syndicate. So give me your thoughts on why they win this and what the series score is.
I feel like I'd rather like maybe give a reason why.
That's fine too.
Maybe they could win a game.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go
Yeah,
with
that's
why
fine
I
then.
think it could be 2-1. I think that
Okay.
TD Syndicate wins pretty clearly. They are coming off a loss to CB Syndicate, but I don't think that's a characteristic loss.
Forsaken.
Sorry, Forsaken. Thank you. They lost to Forsaken. I don't think that's a characteristic loss for them. I think they're going to be just fine. But I do think that Tectonic's jungle was playing pretty well. I think that their top jungle duo has potential to do something. And Rednick does have a pretty... It looks like Rednick has been kind of like tinkering with support and jungle. I think if he puts more time into just focusing on jungle pathing and trying to make ganks more effective, he'll be able to impact games faster. I think that there's a world where he locks in Vi or Jarvan, ganks top or mid a whole bunch, and then it snowballs out of control. I think there's one game that they can win.
Okay.
Otherwise, DD 2-0 if that doesn't happen. So.
Does anyone here think TD 2-0s this matchup?
Absolutely.
Yeah, 100%.
All right. Okay.
Oh yeah. I was saying if they could win a game. I
Oh,
think
no,
it's
no.
2-0. I think it's clearly 2-0,
yeah.
but yeah.
I got you. I just wanted to see where everyone else was standing on this matchup.
Oh, for sure.
All right. Well,
Like Tectonic could like play a Tristana matchup and then like try to like overwhelm bot and then maybe do something
is
with
true.
that. But
okay.
other
That is
than
true.
that, I feel like Syndicate just bans Tristana and then it's a 2-0.
Got it. All right. Let's take a look at Zon next and see what our predictions are with that. Seems like these matchups are going to be... Yeah, okay. I was going to say. I have a feeling
This is
these
a lot of
matchups
fun.
are going to
There's
be a
no
little one-sided here looking at this. I mean, we mentioned earlier Event Horizon Kaizen, middle of the pack right now. I think actually 3 seed. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think everyone expects them to be the gatekeeper of playoffs against a team who is struggling to get any traction in the league. So it's not really to anyone's surprise that all of you have selected Event Horizon Kaizen. But I'm going to give you a challenge, Scout. If the Danger Bunnies were to win this series, how would they have to do it?
I have not watched any of the games involved with this,
All good.
so I don't know play styles on either of these teams.
All good. No, it's cool. I'll throw it over actually to Dory, who has a little more experience within this division. Maybe he can pick that one up. Is there any chance?
Get out of lane with bot lane under 5 deaths.
Okay.
I think that bot lane needs to play solo queue. That's literally it. Their bot lane
Got
has
it.
to play
Alright.
the game.
Okay, so fair. Does anyone see this going to a 3-game series, or are we thinking it's a 2-0?
I don't think that
I think it's on Kaizen to make that decision.
Okay, so it's Kaizen's game to give them basically. All right, makes sense. Let's talk about revolutions per minute in CBD or CB clowns. This one's a little closer in terms of the standings, right? Revolution's coming in at the 4th seed, CBDE Clowns. My goodness, I gotta do this for some reason. The number 2 seed, but they're definitely hailed as one of the top teams within the division, and it looks like everyone kind of consistently put RPM mid to back half of their standings. So, Locust Cade, how one-sided of an affair are you expecting this to be? Is it a 2-0, a 2-1? Do you see a way in which RPM can come in and upset them here this week?
I think that RPM has an opportunity to make it a 1-2 in the favor of CB Clowns. I don't think that RPM has the tools necessary to take the game off of Clowns. But one of the things I've learned specifically from this split of IBS is that upsets are going to happen all the time.
Yeah.
And I think that saying CB is just so much better than revolutions per minute doesn't really matter, because at the end of the day, it's still IBS, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're going to make mistakes. That's why we're IBS. And I think that RPM could take a game off of CB Clowns, and they could pull the upset off and 2-1 CB Clowns, but I do think that CB Clowns is favored 70-30 personally.
Okay. We're going to throw it up to the resident CBDE Clown player. Dory, how much practice has your team put in preparing for this matchup, and how comfortable are you heading into this week?
Excel is great at living on an island all by himself while I kill mid lane. That's basically it. I think that, like I said, their ADC is very scary. I think that he is the biggest concern, and I think that my entire goal is going to be to completely disallow him from leaving lane phase. Honestly, One Hand and I both had a really, really rough show in week 2. It really hit us in the ego, and I don't think anybody on our team has stopped practicing consistently since then.
Okay.
So we're finally taking it seriously, and I'll be pretty disappointed if we lose. But I think if they do win, then it's probably going to be because the games go too long. We let it get to mid game and their ADC pops off.
All right. We're going to take a look now at Glacial Omen and SNC Sunset Ravens. We're going to start off, we'll go with Scout for this one. Give me the rundown and your thoughts on this best of 3.
I mean, Sunset Ravens, probably one of the 3 best teams, if not 2 best teams in this division. We'll have to see if Cream Cheese brings enough leadership to this team to pull them forward to defeat that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that even at best, it's probably going to be a 2-1 into Ravens' favor.
Okay. Does anyone else agree with it being 2-1 in SNC Sunset Ravens' favor, or do we have any 2-0 believers here?
I actually think Glacial wins this now. That I know the Cream Cheese is playing.
Okay.
So the reason, Sunset Ravens, they're ranked number 1, but you have to realize that they also beat like the bottom teams. Like their
Mhm.
only real competition that they beat was like Dusk in week 1. So like I feel like SNC they're a good team, but like Glacial has shown that they could beat good teams when they beat CB. Granted, CB had an off night, but it's still like they have the talent in the bot lane to really succeed. And now you're giving them a jungler that actually like knows his stuff
Mhm.
and actually like impact the team and really get a team ahead. I feel like that team now has like a very clear path to actually
Okay.
winning games, and they probably should win this 2-1.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
would have. I actually would have straight up put Glacial to win this if Cream Cheese is allowed to play this week. He
That's
is
what I
allowed
was
to
gonna
win.
say. Cream cheese isn't allowed to play, so it doesn't
Yeah.
really matter.
If Cream Cheese was playing, I think Glacial wins 2-1 straight up.
Yeah, okay, if he's not playing, then it's like, alright, maybe it's probably a 2-1. Again, for the same reason, Sunset Ravens haven't really shown too much that they can like be this top team. I also don't feel like they 2-0 teams that are above 7th in the standings.
Okay. Fair enough. Let's talk about the last matchup of the evening. It is Mystic Cats Red taking on TD Dusk. Obviously, we have to ask our TD resident Toxin, what's the what's the vibe going into this match? Obviously, you've had kind of a rough start. You know, your team feels that they're better than what they currently are in the standings. How big of a game is this for your team, and then how comfortable are you in them going into it?
I think it's big if they lose, but if they like if they completely just like fall apart and lose here, then okay, yeah, probably season's over. Like
Okay.
that's how bad it would be.
Mhm.
But I feel like again, Mystic Cats, they're going through some stuff themselves.
Yeah.
Forfeit last week, and it's really on them to show up and like
Mhm.
give 150% to actually be like a match.
Yeah, fair. Do we think 2-0-2-1? What is the thought of everyone else in here?
I think this is a pretty clean 2-0 personally.
Okay.
Same.
How about you, Dory?
Ja.
All right. Well, is there anything any of you would like to add as we've pretty much wrapped up predictions and power rankings for the IBS League?
I think Glacial Omen is gonna sneak their way into playoffs somehow.
All
I
right.
just feel it in my
Okay.
bones.
All right. Scout, you got any hot takes?
Sure.
Okay.
XL should stop playing ARAM until he like expands his pool slightly.
Yeah, do it with me. Maybe you'll actually win games, bro.
Ooh, there you go. All right. How about you, Lucas Cade? Anything you'd like to add? For
No,
sure.
just
No,
thank
you're
you
good.
for taking the time to put this on. Appreciate you guys' time.
Yeah, thank you all for coming out. How about you, Toxin? Or are we good to wrap it up?
My last hot take is I think ACB or TD team is not gonna make playoffs.
Okay.
One of the 5 is not gonna make playoffs.
All right. Do you happen to know which one you would bet on to not make playoffs?
No. I'll leave it
Okay.
up to. I'll let people think about it.
Okay, we'll see what they come up with.
I
Well,
know that I'm excited for the CB Syndicate versus TD Syndicate matchup
True.
next week.
True.
No, it'll be a good one.
Easy 2-0.
It'll be a banger.
All right. Well, thank you all for coming out. Have a wonderful rest of your night. I know it's pretty late for those of you on the East Coast, so thanks for taking your time to hang out with us. We're going to actually wrap it all up for the evening. That concludes all 4 leagues in Blue Otter League. We're going to throw it to the end of the stream, and we'll see you back on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday this week for their respective leagues. Thank you all, and have a wonderful evening.